All right. Let's get to it without further ado. My God. Okay, it wasn't done. It just froze. Sorry about that. Daddy talk. Okay, here we go. Ain't no fake out this time.
African Americans built this nation. You built this nation. You know, you're just starting to get real credit for that. Okay, I don't know if you know that. You're just starting to get, you built the nation. But you were such a massive part of it. Bigger than you were given credit for. Does that make sense?
You can't tell me.
See, we fast forward. Let's put it back.
Growing. Name it after somebody.
Yeah, go on. We're going to buy right here.
Can you do us a favor?
Please. I'll take that. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. Yep. There you go. All right. Appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I've been watching.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Sorry.
I represent John Mike. I represent the Foundation of Black Americans. I would say it's not I don't like it. The only issue that I have is when they attack, black folks who have family from other countries.
All right. So here we go. Lovejoy, Lorraine. So here we go with the attack word. See, I have no problem, but when they attack, okay, so we're going to act like the attack, whatever attacking is, you know, that people hate criticism, people hate to be corrected, all of that can be looked at as being attacked, okay? So, but again, it's just to them, it's just one-sided. It's just attack. No defense, like they're not defending themselves. When I say they, I'm talking about Foundation Black Americans. We're not defending ourselves. We're just attacking people from other countries that we really don't give a F about. Like, for example, you got like white people, like white races, that literally all they do is make videos about Foundation Black Americans. That's all they do. We don't do that. Like before Black immigrants became on our radar, they were not on our radar. They're only on our radar because they started to speak against reparations. So we're not going to act like that wasn't the straw that broke the camel back. When they spoke against reparations, that's when the gloves were off. Like, okay, yeah, well, y'all stay over there. Matter of fact, we're going to draw a line for you. This is our space right here. You can stay over there with that anti-reparation talk. That's how it started. Speaking against reparations because they're not qualified. And they only spoke against it when we said, no, this ain't for the diaspora. This ain't for the continent of Africa. This is not for Africans. This is for Foundation Black Americans, ADOS. That's when they start speaking against it. Let me be more specific. Because when they thought it was all inclusive, they were, yeah, reparations, yeah, let's go. But once he said, nah, put the brakes on him, like, nah, this ain't for everybody. This is very exclusive, not inclusive. And that's when the pushback started from them, from Black immigrants.
Which is not. The only issue that I have is is when they attack, black folks who have family from other countries, which is nonsensical.
I got you.
Because that's Shirley Chisholm, that's Harry Belafonte.
No, I agree. But let me say this.
That's the only issue.
Let me say this.
Because a lot.
Okay. Now, who's attacking Shirley Chisholm? Who's attacking Harry Belafonte? We're not attacking nobody. It's called addressing. We're pointing out. We're identifying those who speak out against us, undermine us, sabotage us. Those black immigrants, period, people, period. But specifically, what they're talking about now, black immigrants, and it's not everybody. We're calling out specifically the ones who actually undermined us. We're not saying everybody can get it. We're saying the ones that are in the way can get it. And they've been getting it. Peace, Maxwell Jenkins, Panther Jones, B. Phillips, Matthew, YouTube Mastery.
A lot of us don't come from it.
No, I agree, but let me say this to you. I don't think that that's the full attack. I think what happens is, what you broke down today, I agree with a lot of what you said. The problem is that elite class blacks, we don't communicate enough. A lot of stuff is, all the stuff you said, my generation.
What's your name?
Thomas Allen.
Thomas?
Allen.
Right.
Allen.
T-H-O?
Yeah. A-L-L-E-N. Only thing I'm saying before I walk away from you is, we watch it, right? We represent the generation under y'all. We're more upset with y'all because a lot of the grassroots, we don't know who y'all are. We don't have access to y'all.
Yeah, but here's the deal though.
Yeah.
I don't know who y'all are, but I deal with grassroots people around the country.
Yes.
See, here's what happens.
Go ahead.
So I'll have some FBA cats who say, "Oh man, grassroots don't know you." I was like, well, "That's interesting because literally, I get brothers who stopped me who've been in prison, who literally said, bro, I watch you doing the show. I've gone into."
Yeah, why they always reduce the grassroots to prisoners or ex-felons?
What happens is you got somebody who goes, I disagree with you. I'm like, first of all, you don't speak for all grassroots.
I agree with you.
The issue then becomes
lack of communication.
Right, but also it's a reality to how you drop something, bro. Fill up your car. Okay. The reality is how I look at this whole thing is when you talk about who represents who. The reality is they're all facets of black people. You got elite black people, you got black people, all that. So, but the question is, this is how I was telling you. What do you have? Are you looking out for black people in what you're doing? There are black people. Well, follow me here. There are black people who are not elite, who don't give a damn about black people.
That's absolutely.
So the issue is, what are you doing? There are individuals who I know, who I've met with. Bougie as hell, okay? Elite as hell. But they actually doing stuff with black folks. Now, there are people who are not. The problem is when people start grouping folks in and everybody's all the same. That's why it's so like someone, and then what happens is, this is the last point. Cats, this cracks me up. Cats want to come at someone, they think you're not going to respond. So when I hit back, you get an attitude, I'm like, no. If you gonna fire at me, I'm gonna hit you with a bazooka.
I agree. Well, I'm coming back. Let me get one in. Let me just say.
Go ahead.
Everything, what I would say to you, everything that you said when you broke down all the things that's happening and what this administration is doing. What would you say when you look at a certain elite class as blacks? Their responsibility was to be the gatekeepers of those things. Whose responsibility when it comes down to a lot of that? Because a lot of those small groups that you're talking about don't even have knowledge of what you're talking about.
Yeah, but you
have educated blacks across this country.
Right, but here's the deal though. So again though, you're saying a lot of them. You're not applying on any name stat. That's a general statement.
Right.
And so what I'm saying is, I don't make general statements. I actually use actual names. And so it comes down to.
But you have to have organizations and groups to get certain things done.
Hold up, stop right there. And that's precisely it. Stokely Carmichael said, show me anybody black who got anything done, it was done through an organization. So that's why I'm always talking about mobilizing and organizing. But people have to understand the purpose of also organizations. I challenge all D9s, all of them, on the issue of how do you properly use your capacity. A lot of our organizations, like perfect example, you got, and I've challenged Prince Hall Mason. I'm like, I challenge everybody. So the point is, why have black organizations if you're not using them for the community? And so what I say to people, to anybody who says, well, this group not doing anything, my first response is, okay, what are you doing?
Right.
What are you doing as an individual?
Right.
What groups are you a part of?
Right.
Then when they answer, what is your group doing? If they can't answer that, they just talking.
No, I agree with that part too. All right, well, it's good. I'm glad that you actually had the conversation. Just had the conversation.
I ain't ready for the conversation.
But we need to have more of the conversation, especially with the young people, because the younger people is gravitating towards what they would call grassroots, and they speak out against y'all.
But again, no, hold on.
Okay.
I want you to clarify.
Yeah.
When you say they're gravitating to the grassroots,
When you look on, I'm gonna tell you.
No.
Go ahead.
Define grassroots.
Well, when you define grassroots as the younger people outside. The ones, hold on, no, you asked me to define it. Let me define it.
Okay.
What I'm saying is you have a whole plethora of young people outside, right? They're starting to pay attention to a lot of stuff online, which we shouldn't all the time, right? Online, and they're starting to use the same talking points, right?
Right.
My thing is there's not a lot of conversation because they don't feel as though a lot of you guys are accessible.
But here's the
That's
deal,
what
though.
I'm saying.
But again, when they say you
We got
guys,
a whole generation of
but
this.
when they say you guys are not accessible, I ask again, who are they saying not accessible? See, the only reason I'm
what they consider the black community.
No.
Or the fraternity groups that they say these people that graduate from college that are black in high positions that they say do nothing for the community.
But guess what? There are more people who graduate from college who are black who are not in fraternities and sororities.
Right.
See, again, though, they're making assumptions.
I got you.
So the point I'm making is,
These ain't all mine. I'm just referring to what people say.
I understand that. And here's and follow me here. I don't abide by people say. I don't abide by them.
I'm sorry.
I don't believe in the general term. Just like I don't generalize any of the areas. What I challenge people on, and this is very simple. If somebody is, and again, the reason I'm not going to use the phrase grassroots is because there are grassroots. No, but there are people out there who are not FBA who are grassroots. Yeah. So what I say to people is, first, where are you getting your information from? So when somebody spouts information to me, the first thing to me is that factual?
But that's my whole point. I think.
But here's the deal, though. I can't control somebody who doesn't want to watch me. Everything I do is factual. Now, if somebody says, oh, I ain't watching you because you're an alpha. Well, that's on you. The problem is you screwed up because you missed out on the information. And so, and the reality is this here. The reality is this here. There's only one black daily news show. Mine. And so then when somebody says, well, who you only put the lead on, that's also a lie. I got more. Man, every time one of these brothers who
Why do you think people say that?
Because they're making assumptions.
Gotcha.
Because they also are listening to somebody else and parroting what they're saying. That's what I'm saying. That's why, you know how many people, we'll go back to your point about FBA. You are tethered. Well, that's interesting. I'm born in Houston. My parents are born in Houston. My grandparents are born in Texas. My great-grandparents are born in America. So how am I tethered? Oh, because my maternal, paternal grandfather's ancestors came from Haiti in the 1800s. So, but again, though, but it's illogical. So then, if I got 4 grandparents and one they
I got this stupid fancy mouse. I hate it. I want a regular mouse. All these side buttons and you touch one of those side buttons, it just kill what you got playing. All right, so if his folks came from Haiti in the 1800s, then he is also FBA family. So we got to stop quoting that lie. All right, so he's actually FBA. He went through an ethnogenesis like everybody else. If his family, he just said his maternal or paternal family came from Haiti in the 1800s. That means that he went through it. So that means his lineage, you dig, is Foundation Black American. He went through an ethnogenesis. So let me just rewind that one more time to make sure I ain't missed something. Yeah, but just because we don't like somebody, we can't make them non-FBA if they actually are. So one more time.
they're saying. That's what I'm saying. That's why, you know how many people, we'll go back to your point about FBA. You are tethered. Well, that's interesting. I'm born in Houston. My parents are born in Houston. My grandparents are born in Texas. My great-grandparents are born in America. So how am I tethered? Oh, because my maternal, paternal grandfather's ancestors came from Haiti in the 1800s. So, but again, though, but it's illogical. So then, if I got 4 grandparents and one they came from Haiti and 3 from here, how am I tethered?
See, again, they don't even know what the hell they say. So what I'm saying is, what we have to do is, we have to first operate from a position of facts. Okay, that's first.
I don't think that our community understand position of facts. Because there's a
Some do. Some do.
majority that don't.
Well, no, here's the
That's where the problem lies.
Right, some do. But here's what has to happen. What has to happen is, if there's a group of people,
That's the point I'm making. It is our
so
responsibility.
here's the whole point though. If there's a group of people who don't watch me, that's fine. If they listen to you, that's fine. They ain't gotta watch me. What I challenge them on is, what are you doing?
Right.
See, it's a lot of people who claim to be grassroots, who complain about what everybody else is doing,
But they're not
but when you ask them, what are you doing? Crickets.
Right.
So when I hit them with that, and if they got no response, I'm like, I don't want to hear your mouth. Because you can't call other people out if you ain't putting in no work.
Right. But I think there are people that are putting in work that have a difference of opinions, and I think
That's fine.
But I think the conversation on a large scale is not being had because the message is why people don't have a plan of action on how to solve
But
problems.
here's the other deal though.
They don't have a plan of action. That's why we have what we
If
have.
other people who disagree doing their own thing, here's my whole deal. Knock yourself out.
Just do it.
Go do what you do. We ain't gonna be doing it together.
I ain't holding the line of it.
No, I'm good. J-A-M-A-A.
Just J-M-A-L.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And see, I'm throwing this because a lot of people think that you wouldn't talk to me. So I'm showing them that you will.
First of all, who the hell? Again, that's a lot of people making assumptions.
Right. But that's why I'm asking the questions that I'm asking.
Yeah, a lot of people making assumptions.
That's our question. That was my question to you, is the young people. I know you talked about the young people
That's what I'm
today.
speaking for.
Right. But you know,
We say to somebody, you need to vote.
right.
First of all, no. This is voting.
Right.
And peace to the chat. If you're FBA, you're new here, you might want to establish that so we can know whose family you dig and throw you a lineage wrench. Their mods are all FBAs, all right? You come here, you see a lot of mods, that means that's your family, that's your lineage. So if you are also FBA, make that known so we can welcome you to the lineage.
This is registration.
Right.
This is not registration. I gotta first of all, again, educate, enlighten, inform you as to why you need to be registered. No, why you need to be registered.
Register to vote.
Then I need to get you then to register. Then I need to get you to vote. Now, after the election, I need you to understand, this is your book right here. After the election, there's a process after the election.
Right.
And see, this is actually the second biggest problem. First biggest problem in the front end, we're not registered. So we're not voting our capacity. Okay. So if you just look at raw numbers, okay, black voters in Philadelphia can determine the state. Everybody talks about how outside of Philadelphia and Pittsburgh and the suburbs is Alabama. But when you look at raw numbers, so the problem is you got black people in Philadelphia complaining about what's not being done, but if I look at the voting numbers, I'm like, but that's where your power is.
Right.
And so what has to happen is, a lot of people don't understand this political process. Okay?
Right. And
My parents were civic club founders. So I
part
lived
of
this
you-
since I was
it's part of
9
your
and 10.
DNA to
But that's actually grassroots, a civic club.
Right.
So I witnessed at 9, 10, 11, hardcore underground how to get a stop sign, how to get an overgrown,
Starts in small-
how to get a
small
crack
wins.
house torn down.
Right, small wins.
But again, the average person ain't got no clue. Well, is that the city? Is that the county?
That's the point I'm
city?
making.
Right. But what has to happen is this part right here. We used to have freedom schools. Freedom schools every Saturday. When black people said we're gonna fight segregation, the kids still went to school, but they went to freedom schools.
Yes.
So the problem is there are a lot of people who are talking about what they want to be done. You know nothing about the political process. But then when you have people who are trying to teach the political process, oh, you this, you that. Literally, my show is actually a class. It's not. My Angela actually said it. I was a month before she died. I said I'm the only person in my family who's not a teacher. She says, oh no, Roland, you're a teacher. She says, I watch you. You actually teach. I never thought about what I do in that framework. And so we'll spend 30, 40, 45 minutes explaining to people politics. I guarantee you that people who call Senator Vincent Hughes' office, and he's like, y'all, that's the county, that ain't me. I'm the state. No, that's the school district. No, that's the city. When we begin to have, when we need to actually have, and again, whether it's community-based, whether it's youth-based, whether it's formerly incarcerated-based, whatever, we need to have all across our community. That's why I say you need permission. No. You can be whatever base. Because there's a bunch of people who are senior citizens who don't vote. The point I'm making is we have to be educating, informing, and enlightening so people know, oh, dang, wait a minute. All that's connected? There's a reason why them billionaire CEOs went to Saudi Arabia. Because Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE have sovereign investment funds. There's a reason why they went in. Right, but what I'm saying is we now have to understand political power is economic power, it's community power, it's grassroots power, it's all connected. So when somebody says, man, they get out of my face that voting stuff, I'm like, you do know, they all know what that vote actually does. Right. So we have to connect the dots. So whether you do it, or whether I do it, or whether she do it, and guess
Somebody
what?
has to do it.
You ain't gotta like her. I'm fine. Go do what you do with your group. She gonna do what she do with her group. And come election day, everybody show up. Problem is when we spending more time, I don't like you, I don't like you, I don't like what you said. My whole deal is like,
Can I speak to that?
I'm like, go to work.
But that's the issue. That's the issue. Like a lot of these kids
Your name?
outside.
Just leave it, the name blank, I'm giving it as a
Date and
gift.
sign. Okay,
Yeah,
got it.
just date and sign, yeah.
A lot of these kids get criticized for the way that they behave and the things that they do. But we often say that the elders above us that's responsible for getting things done don't get along.
But
They don't work together. So what happens is they don't work together to get the change that you speak about. All the things that you spoke about, that's a responsibility of our communities that's failed.
But no,
And that's the truth.
No, but you're making an assumption that what I talked about hasn't actually happened. It has, but it needs to be scalable.
Right, and it's not being done. We got educated black people that should be doing it, Roland.
Again, you're saying it's not being done. I'm saying it is being done. It needs to be done on a larger scale.
Right.
There's a difference.
Right, and that's the problem.
Hold on. There's a difference between saying it's not being done and needs to be larger. I'm saying acknowledge that it's being done, and there are things that actually being done you might not even be aware of. Okay, there are things that I do,
Right.
or other people do. People don't even be aware of.
Right.
There was a young brother, I didn't call him out, he's a perfect example. Young brother, if I call his name, the brother we interviewed, I guarantee you know who he is. He's a popular Instagram, YouTube channel here. Oh boy, his name escaped me. Anyway, he was interviewing me.
He was here?
Yeah, he was here. He was interviewing, I can pull up his, he was interviewing me. And I was like, yo, you got way back there, your audio's gonna be bad. No, seriously. I said, you're using the microphone. No. They were like, yeah, man. He started talking to me. I was like, got it. And that's the number. I was like, send me your address. 4 days after I interviewed him, that DJI microphone showed up at his house. Did I have to buy it? No. Did he ask me to buy it? No. But my point is, you're out shooting stuff. I need you to have good audio. I don't have to publicize any of that. But the point I'm making is, we have to acknowledge that work is being done. What we can't say is what's not being done as if it's not happening. When it is, it needs to be done on a broader scale.
I think you're missing my point. I understand that part. What I'm saying is the young
Blank as well?
the generation coming under us that we relying on to pick this information up, they don't see it. And this is the disconnect. But they don't see the work being done. You know what they see? All they seeing is the trauma. And they looking at every year we
G-A-Y-L-A?
G-A-I-L.
Got it.
I'm sorry.
G-A-I-L.
Yes.
I can multitask, go ahead.
Yeah, every year we graduate black students from HBCUs, and we don't never see them matriculate back into the community.
But let's continue to do God's will. Hold on. Stop. You said, but we never see them.
We don't see them. They're invisible. The young children don't see them.
Okay.
So
okay.
this is what I'm trying to tell you. This is what they're telling me.
Okay, hold on.
So they don't. So even though things are getting done, they may hear you, but they don't see it being done. So they don't believe it.
Okay, so here's the first thing. The young children you're talking about.
Yes.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Are they in places where those folks are?
Yes, we are. This is one of the blackest cities in America.
No, follow me here. So you're telling me that those young people, are they attending a church and they're not seeing any HBC graduates?
Yes, they see them, but we don't see it matriculating to things that benefits us. Most of us got to go outside of ourselves to get things we need.
Okay, hold on. So let me walk you through something.
Yes.
First of all, are you aware that the average college graduate
Yes.
earns less, the average black college graduate earns less than a white person with high school
Yes, I'm
diploma.
aware of.
Well, hold on. So when you say you're not seeing them doing things, first of all, an individual who just graduated, they try to find a job. They try to
I'm
find
not
a job.
speaking just in graduate, I'm saying it's every year.
No.
Yes.
Again, I'm give it.
Yeah, speaking about that job, all right. See that the hourly wage is what we're saying. We're saying immigration affects that, illegal immigration affects that hourly wage, and also illegal immigration. They are the most sought hirees. You can hire, like, let's say if you graduate college and your education demands about 70 grand salary, right, for the year. Well, if they can hire 4 illegals for 15 grand a year, so you got 4 people to do your work, and they save $10,000. That's probably what they're gonna go with. So that's some of our complaints. The illegal business, the business that's compromising the integrity of American work class to hire illegals just for cheap labor and exploit them because they're being exploited.
I'm thinking in terms of in our communities, we don't see the things that you speak about and matriculate back into our communities. Like Philadelphia is the number one city of gentrification in this country.
Just give me RTIN.
I mean, we live in one of the blackest cities in America, but we lead the nation in gentrification. I feel like black people at this point, we should be at the front.
Hold on. I want you to unpack that.
Go ahead.
Why?
Huh?
Why?
Why? Because we don't have home ownership. We're not in positions. We're not in a lot of political positions, but we're not in a position of the money. We don't.
No. Hold on. But a political position has nothing to do with home ownership.
Huh? No. What I'm saying is we don't have. A lot of us don't have knowledge of money. We have black people.
Okay, stop right there. Hold on. Stop right there. You said a lot of us don't have knowledge of financial literacy.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, what community-based financial literacy programs currently exist?
You have them there, but let me just say this. Let me just say it this way, so that way you can understand what I'm saying. Because I don't want you to think that I'm challenging you to the point where
No. It's not. First of all, no.
I think that the masses of the people, because I'm a YouTuber too, when I'm around, they don't know. It's like 3 black communities. You got the elite class, you got the middle class, and then black folks.
Exactly, 5112 Southern Belle. He says, or she, I'm not sure which one, but what are you? But you said the wages became super depressed by 2021. They said 512 Southern Belle, 512. I said 512. 512 Southern Belle said, I saw them hiring for my same position by $15,000 less. The people who came in had to deal with it, or an illegal would. See. So I'm gonna give you a wrench. He said Roland is talking fast. He's a fast talking hustler. Those literacy programs are not in the neighborhood, right? Let me give 512 Lineage wrench. Make sure, okay, all right. My fault, sis. Make sure you like the video. Matter of fact, everybody, make sure you like the video. This is gonna be a good one. It's a good one. And then I got some drama next. We gotta go good and go drama. I got some drama.
Most black folks don't know what the hell you be talking about, like what you doing. It sounds good and make them feel good. They go along with just whatever you got to say. Well, y'all not around, they don't have no knowledge. So you don't see things, the things that you spoke about that need to be done. They don't know how to do it.
Okay, and what I'm saying is, now again, you have to unpack that. Okay, again, from an individual standpoint, the individual says, all right, these are the things that I want to do, or I want to gain more knowledge. First of all, an individual has to be able to say, I need to go seek knowledge. Yes, sir. Okay? I can't make somebody seek knowledge. All right? That's first. Second thing is, when you talk about how do you begin to attack these basic problems. Okay, so I'm going to deal with, you talked about housing. Okay? Black home ownership.
Yeah, we are 30. We are 30 likes behind. Let's like the video, please. well, you'll see more Lineage folks hop in when you like the video. When you like the video, it goes towards the algorithm, right? And Lineage folks start to, because Lineage folks can look up Lineage things. So when you like this video, I become one of the suggestions that they normally look up. But Roland Martin said he can't make somebody want to, look for certain resources. Brother, all you got to do is advertise them. It's real simple. We don't. The folks ain't going to ask for what's not available. Okay, so when you make it available, folks start to ask about it, inquire. Hey, what's that? So advertisement, bro, it's free on your channel, Roland Martin. You could just talk about, hey, there's a free thing here. There's one in Philly. Wherever you're from, you can like shout it out. So that's free. Just, hey, anybody know about this program over here? This is for Foundation Black Americans. We got one over here. We went over here. You can do that. And that's how folks will know. And then we hear it, we pass it around. And that's how things get known, and now people start to inquire about it if that's what they want to get involved in.
At its peak, it was about 45, 46%. It's never hit 50%.
No.
Okay, so if I'm going to deal with affordable housing, deal with housing, I now have to understand, how do I own a home? What are my requirements? That's when it comes to jobs, when it comes to credit score, things along those lines. So I know for a fact it exists in Philadelphia. Operation Hope, specifically, job is to they want to increase every person's credit score by 100 to 150 points. No, I can't even get to home ownership till I deal with credit. Okay, I can't even. Again, you can aspire to do that, but if your stuff is a 480,
we working from all the way back.
You're right. So my whole point. So now my whole deal is, if I believe there's a financial literacy issue, I'm now going to say, what are the existing resources that are in Philadelphia to deal with that issue? Now, if a person then says, but a person says, I don't know where they're at. Okay, fine. Here's where they are. Here are the places that do this. Now, that person still has to want to do that. So our responsibility is to provide access to the information, so when somebody says, this ain't happening, here's where it is. This ain't happening, here's where it is. This ain't happening, here's where it is. That person now has to decide, I need to go seek that information. So that's all I'm saying. And so what I'm saying, so I operate micro, not macro. Okay? When I built my channel, they told me it wasn't working. I started with 157,000 YouTube. I started with 72,000. No. Follow him. I'm trying to walk you through the thought process. Everybody was like, yo, go bigger, go bigger. I'm like, no. We micro. I focus on one person. One. I don't spend my time trying to, because again, I can't get to macro unless I start micro.
You gotta build it up.
And so my whole deal is, if the folk you're talking to, this is what I would say to them. If 5 people are sitting there saying, what's your name again? Thomas. 5 people saying, Thomas, man, this is what I do all around the country. I go, what are the 3 things you care about the most? Then what happened? Well, what do you mean? I said, give me the 3 things you care about.
I could tell you right off the top.
And then they tell me that, I go, okay. And a brother told me, man, education. I went, do you have any children? He said, yes. I said, are they in school? He said, yes. I said, are you in the PTA? He said, no. I said, now I'm confused. I said, you say education is the most important issue. I said, and your kids are in the school. I said, but you're not even in the PTA.
All right. So before they segue to education, let's go back to financial literacy. Family, let me share my screen. This is something everybody needs. Okay? This kind of helps. When people say financial literacy, that's just a fancy word people throw around, and then you might find a scammer online saying it can teach you financial literacy. This is a beginner guide of financial literacy. What you need is a monthly budget sheet. Okay? So this is how it looks. You need to know, there we go. Here we go. So paychecks, you want to know what you make weekly. Okay? So this is again for the month. What you make weekly, right? total that thing up 4 weeks, or bi-weekly. Just put a month. Like what do you get paid on average in a month? You put that down. You put your rent or your monthly mortgage, any insurance, car insurance, phone insurance, life insurance. Put that down. Your electricity, all this stuff right here. You want to know what is on average. How much do you kick out monthly? And you just subtract this from your total income for the month. Gas, trash, internet. You really got to keep receipts and write down what you buy, because a lot of you folks just overspend based on going out to eat. Like really, that's what it comes down to. Like we just order too much. A lot of us in the arrears because we just can't keep the fork out of our mouth. All right, phone, cable, any subscriptions, groceries, entertainment. There we go, dining out, supplies. So you just that's all you do. You just subtract all of the necessities that you feel like you have to pay this monthly bill or monthly subscription. You subtract that from the income from the month. We're talking about net. We ain't talking about gross. We're talking about what is your monthly income after taxes. And you subtract the necessity that is, like, don't go with the things you just want to do, like going to the movies, bowling. No, necessities. You subtract the necessities out of there. Bills, subscriptions, things like that. So, toothpaste, subtract that out of there. And then whatever left, that's what you got to have fun or save. So if it's $80, then that means that's it. You got $80 to work with. So, and that comes down to, you got 20, because you don't get the $80 right away. It's for the month. So that means it's $20 a month. It's all you can afford to hang out, go out, drink liquor, or be a fool. $20. If you subtract all those expenses, those necessities from your total income, net income, whatever that dollar amount, that's what you got to play with to either save or hang out. If that thing is $20 a week, you want to go to that bar, I suggest you order a water or a club soda. All right. So you don't want to. And then you got to have savings. Right? So that means out of that $20 a week, you got to at least save $5. You got to have some type of savings. So that is just a quick explanation, a little bit about financial issues. It's just that simple. But know how much money you bring in monthly, so you ain't lying to yourself, and then know how much money you have to kick out to maintain your livelihood. And then whatever left, that's what you got to save and bullshit, whatever you want to do with it, smoke crack, whatever. That's what you got to do that with.
PTA. My brother looked at me, he was like, he was fixated on problems. At no point did he acknowledge, I'm actually part of the solution. So this is what we
is a program software.
No, but here's my deal.
I
walked in through, I said, so brother,
put the link in the chat.
You can't tell me that you care about education and you want things to be fixed. You won't even join the PTA. I had to challenge him to say, I said, you are wanting somebody else out here to fix this thing. I said, but you want to put no skin in the game. And so when I'm talking on the show, and again, because I saw it with my parents, I'm sitting there as a 9 and a 10-year-old as they having meetings in the living room talking about we need some new streets, we need some new street lights, we need some new sewer systems.
They looking around. And
No. They right, but they were a city club.
Okay.
And then this is what they did. Okay, hold up. So we need to have these abandoned buildings. I'm telling you, this is what I witnessed when I was 10. Mm-hmm. It was like, okay, well, whose job is that? Is that the city or the county? Oh, that's the city. Okay. Who at the city? We go to our city council member. Who? Oh, that's this department. Okay. Who's this department? That's how it was. To get because we trying to get that abandoned house, take it down, because turn into a crack house. Right. Okay. That's basic fundamental. That's politics, but that's also community grassroots. Yes. But the only way that happened because a group of people didn't complain about problems, and they did something. And here's the whole deal. My parents never went to college. My parents are high school graduates.
It came up at a different time.
No, hold on. Hold up. You add. See, here you go. Here you go. No, here you go, Doc. See, you add. No. But I need you to understand. Something. Mom and Daddy didn't go to college.
Well, let me ask you.
No, hold up.
Go ahead.
Grandmother, grandfather didn't go to college.
So that's why I asked one more
So what I'm saying is, what they cared about was they cared about their family.
Yes.
See, the thing is, Roland Martin got to add some context to that. Where were they living at? So those grandparents that didn't go to college, what states were they living at? Because if that was the South, the rural South, that was normal. That was commonplace. But if they're up north, New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, okay, because those folks went to college. Like that, it was the opposite. Like you went to the north for those opportunities, the east, northeast for those opportunities. So he didn't let street media so far explain, hey, where were your grandparents living at? Because college in the Jim Crow South, like that was even a thing like that.
Follow me here. I want you to follow. I'm about to walk you through. They cared about family, which means house. They cared about neighbors, street, block, neighborhood.
The whole thing.
Okay, so real fast, I'm in Rob Muxick's LLC have put a link in the chat for those who want a budget, who want a monthly budget sheet to track your finances. This is the basics of financial literacy. Like you can't say you want to learn financial literacy, you don't have a monthly budget. It's like people just don't take you serious. This is the building blocks, the monthly budget first, and then investments and other things like that afterwards. But the monthly budget, you need to know how much money do you have to work with, because if you don't like what you got to work with, you can get a second job, or you can start some business. Maybe you got a unique skill. You could offer your services or products to somebody to make more money. But a lot of y'all, if y'all knew what y'all really had to work with, a lot of you guys spend above your means. But if you really knew what you had to work with, a lot of you guys be going harder on side businesses or second jobs. It really ain't what you think it is. You just overspending. Get that monthly budget list.
City, state, country.
Especially our grandparents.
So follow me here.
Yes.
Country, state, city, neighborhood, blocks, street.
They never left part two.
We have, and again, I've literally challenged every D9 organization. This is what I see. I said you got D9, you throw in Prince Hall Mason, Links, Eastern Star, that's 12. The reality is those 12 groups can pick a month where they say we're gonna show up in mass here. But when I throw it out there, I did end it with this here. Now what y'all gonna do? I said, and so again, we have to but here's my whole point though. We still have to challenge people and lay it out and push them to say change will not happen if you tweeted about it, posted about it, you got to be about it.
Well, let me end it here. And again, I want to thank you for the conversation. I'm 49. I went around, like I said, for the last 7 years. I've been doing part of political structure, even set with the mayor, got pictures, doing events with the mayor. Yes.
Just check it.
My overwhelming issue that I have is, and I ain't afraid to say it, when I'm there, sometimes I feel like some of our educated, not all of them, but some of our educated elite class really don't give a damn about them.
That's true. No, that's true.
You're right. So what I'm saying is this, and this is what I'm saying when we have our man-to-man meetings with the committee, right?
Give me a second, family. I had to find my list. I made one on Facebook, by the way. Because I was, as you can see the date, this is 2017. So I was pro financial literacy way back July 2017, okay? So this is what I did. I gave a template. So it's a real short template. I said, hey, folks, if y'all want a copy of this without the numbers, and a lot of people did request copies of it. Okay, so I said, hey, it's time we become financially responsible. You need a monthly budget. Send email for a blank copy. This is only a template, all right? So I was just giving an example. So if your monthly income is $4,000, and your rent, mortgage is $1,400, you deduct that. Heat and water, $80. This is like for a single person, basically. I live in an apartment or whatever. Electricity, $60. This ain't for like a house full of kids. Car note, $300. Car insurance, $200. Cable, $99. Groceries, $300 a month. phone, $100 a month. Gas, $100 a month. So that's a total of $2,838. So what I was saying was you subtract that from your monthly net income, and it'll be $1,162. So that's what you got to play with for the month. Now, you divide that by 4, because you're not going to get this in one lump sum. So you divide this by 4, and that's like a little more than $250, maybe $255, $265. So you got $265 to play with every week, all right, after bills are paid. Now, you dig, like maybe going out, like I said, try to be cheap as possible. Go out and get the club soda. And stop trying to tease your friends who monthly income is maybe $9,000. They got more money to play with, right? So yeah, man, put 200 up. So save 200 every week. That's 800 a month. 8 times 12, you dig? Now you got $9,600, almost 10 grand a year if you work like that. You can see I've been doing this, educating, sharing stuff, 2017. And I did that because too many folks are trying to borrow money from me. And when I look at their monthly spending, like, yo, you make enough. Why are you don't need to borrow nothing. You're just overspending.
A lot of them don't have the education or the understanding of how to fix their problems. Right. And then the ones above us, when we speak Fannie who hammering them, what they for, when they get in those seats, they don't give them.
Groceries ridiculous.
So in your speech,
hey, you could spend 200 and you dig, it's about $600 to $800. You could spend 200 just for that week.
And everything that you said today, you know what they do? What happens is they look at you guys as the gatekeepers or the vanguards to fix the problem.
But again,
they don't have knowledge. That's all I'm saying.
Right. And what I'm saying is, when you say they don't have knowledge, you need to give them knowledge.
But that's what we do.
And it's the last point here. You give them knowledge, but then when there's the meeting, when you bring 200, 300, 400, 500 with you, no. I guarantee you, if 300 cats rolled up to a meeting with Senator Hughes, no.
I got you.
No. I want you to understand how a politician thinks. That's 300
votes.
Potential voters. Yeah. Now, to that point, some young folks roll up on Jesse Jackson Jr. He was in Congress. Man, you don't do this. We gonna vote you out. This is exactly what Junior said. Junior said, y'all can all kiss my ass. He said, and they were like, what? He said, you see that building right there? It was a high rise. It was a high rise inserted. It was a high rise. He said, you know what's gonna happen on election day? All them folk in that building, in walkers, in scooters, crutches,
they gonna come vote for him.
They gonna come vote. He said, show your ass up at the polls. Now listen to me. Now, they were mad. He was right. What we have to do is, we gotta move our people from complaining to action.
I'm with you.
And if they don't know, and we gotta educate
how does that work?
That's what we gotta do.
That was kind of backwards.
All right, Thomas. Good luck with it, bro. Hey, we're gonna do the State of Our Union on March 4th. Don't reward the mainstream white networks with your eyeballs and ears. Y'all watch Black-owned media. So that speech, that was a Tuesday.
Jackson Jr. in
I got a
jail.
text message on Sunday. Somebody said, "Roland, this real?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's real." Like, yeah, I forgot I said that. Then on Monday, I got about 5 or 6 text messages saying, "Hey, this was posted in the family group chat." Then on Tuesday morning, about 30 people sent me text messages saying, "Hey, the family matriarch, my uncle is all in the group chat." Other folks said, "Man, I got this 5 different times." I remember I said that night, "Hey, let's get 100,000 of us watching." And mind you, up until that point, the most people watching live, I mean, at one time, was when the Tyree Nichols video dropped, it was about 29,000. We go live at 7 p.m. At 7:03, we had crossed 50,000. At 8 o'clock, we'd already crossed.
Yeah, I ain't about to play a whole Roland Martin lecture. All right, sorry about that. I don't want to make y'all believe that. All right, so there you go. What y'all think about that build? I think Roland Martin was babbling. He had all the answers, Sway. Let me see. One second. Yeah, so I'm going to get a little messy. I like to find videos that address I like to find YouTube videos like where content creators address the diaspora wars. Like I would like to, which is a made up term from Tethers, but I like to see their pushback. I'll share with you guys. I'm trying to find one. So I found one yesterday. Okay, wrong thing. It's from the same two individuals, right? From yesterday, Dr. Mayat, and a bunch of haters, a bunch of Pan-Africanist haters. All right, so I did come across a Nigerian man who was trying to make content dissing us and all this garbage. So we're going to address that probably later on. I go live later on. Or maybe even today. We got time. Okay. So let me bring this one here. Let's get rid of Roland Martin. Let's go here. So they got, so the title is, Should Black Americans Delineate from Continental and Diaspora in Africa? Friedman, Adolf, or FBA. And this video, it got some views, so people were interested. Okay, they're gonna always get your most views when you put this in your title. All right, so people know that. Or Tariq Nasheed. So we already know what he's coming with. He's coming with straight hate for FBAs, and you can tell this is her channel, because she put Black Americans. If this was his channel, he'd have purposely put African Americans. But he says that we're both. So why you consistently only put African Americans? All right. Anyway.
The Onk and Doc and Onk show, you already know what it is, family. We haven't been live in like a couple of weeks. I was out first, it was my birthday, brother Onk, and then I was under the weather for like 9 days. I caught the bug, and then look, your birthday is coming up. So we had a lot of stuff going on, brother.
So, you know,
all right, come on now, all that circling around.
And here it is right here.
Yeah, they're gonna make us forge a fake relationship with Africa.
Share screen. Here we go, y'all.
Hey, some of us got good relations with Caribbean people from the Caribbean, even Haitians. But listen, we don't really have new relations with Africans. Okay, they're in this country, they deep as hell, but they purposely delineate where we're not in the same spaces. How's that possible? How is it possible that when you're around people from the Caribbean, you find yourself in the same spaces? You shop at the same stores, grocery stores, you shop at the same clothing stores, you frequent the same bars, go to the same pool halls with your Caribbean family, you go to clubs, the same club. You go to a club, you're going to see Caribbean folks there in FBAs. How is it possible that you never run into Africans? How is that possible? How is it possible that you never run into Africans? Grocery stores, clubs, bars, basketball, soccer, bowling, pickleball. How is that possible that mostly all of us hardly ever run into Africans? How is that possible? That's because I'm saying I believe they're delineating, they're purposely avoiding us, making our interactions minimum to zero. So how can you speak, hey, man, we need to unite? We don't even know them. We know some of us, depending on what state we live in, we know white people, we know Latinos, we know the Caribbean, We might even know some East Indians. We really don't know Africans at all. Because, like I said, how's it possible we don't frequent the same anything?
All right. So this is
Dexter
the invitation. And he said, you know, thank you for your
First
much
African you met was in
willingness to
college.
participate in the symposium
You give
and
Dexter
serve as a
Dunbar Lineage
speaker
lunch.
panelist for
Andrea,
this year's academic
Golden,
and
Green.
research leadership symposium
Say
located
what?
at the National Society for Black Engineers Conference in Chicago.
Now, I don't know what they're doing right there, but let me fast forward past that. I don't even know what's going on with that. But it seemed like something.
Morgan, and also to
Please,
expose the community.
That's actually true. I really only see them at work or other places of business. Right. So let me get somebody who got those funny letters that said Pan-Africanism. I can't read that. That look like Paleo Hebrew. Is that Paleo Hebrew you got there? And are you FBA? So let me get Glitch, please, or Lineage Wrench. I think that's Paleo Hebrew. They in the bushes. Yeah, like think about it. How is that possible? We just don't interact anywhere. Damn Africanism. Facts.
Community, and I'm talking about the Black engineers. There's going to be Black engineers, brother, from across the country. You know, from New York all the way.
Right, and then when you do, I forgot about that. When you order from Postmates or Uber Eats, you'll meet them then, and it'll be like a weird conversation because they're really uncomfortable with you there. Because when it's anybody else, they just drive. You know, they just drop you off if you get an Uber. You know, but the Africans, they spark up conversation because they're really just uncomfortable. And they don't know that it's okay to have a silent ride to your destination. That's American. It's okay. Sometimes we don't want to talk.
Way to California, thousands of Black engineers, students, faculty, chairpersons, and deans will be in one space where we will be talking about.
Hold on. The Phenomenal Show says, I ain't meet an African until I went to college, and I grew up in Houston, which has the largest Nigerian community in the country. But they are all on the southwest side. I grew up on the north side. Told you. They all work for Uber, and all of them ride share. I see them with Uber. They be mad when they see my house and my car. Say what? Says hospitals are where you bump into the hospitals. So family, come on now. So that tells you that they are, that seems like they are avoiding us by all costs. Avoiding us.
About things like this.
So it goes to the question is, how can you build an alliance or friendship or some brotherhood, kumbaya, with the people who avoid you? We do not know them. They walk like robots. They stiff as hell, man. Every last one of them walk like the Frankenstein or the Tin Man from Wizard of Oz. Okay. And Bishop Swarthy says, oftentimes they are uncomfortable with. Yeah, exactly. Let me get Bishop Swarthy a Lineage Wrench. Everybody, make sure. Let me see if we're liking the video.
So I'm proud to be one in the number. So anyway, brother Ankh, let's get to the subject. Oh, go ahead.
So go ahead, and I'm good. Okay. I don't want to say something after you say that about the
Bishop
subject.
Swarthy says,
go ahead.
So
I got a little. I've learned how to. It took me a minute.
All right. The lights are good.
Based off critiques, specifically your critiques on how you do a PowerPoint situation, and you shouldn't have 1 million slides, shouldn't be 1 million words. You should know the material, right? If you're doing a rough, basic, then your presentation should reflect that.
Child of God says, these Africans in corporate America, not a lot, but they are there. They won't talk to Black Americans, though. That's how you know when they are African. They avoid you. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Especially when you live up north, like, anywhere where there's a large Nigerian, African, Kenyan population, like you got hella Africans in North. You got hella Africans in Jersey, period, in New York. And you'll find them in your school, I guess, nowadays, and you still won't have African friends. You'll be working with them, going to school with them, and you still leave there with no ass. You got every friend under the sun, Latino, Korean, Japanese, Italian. You got every friend under the sun, but you ain't got an African one. That's a bar.
And so I want to be able to, I got 5 slides right there.
Call Big Cool. I'm gonna wrench you up, brother. Lineage wrench. Go ahead and like the video though.
Based off the material we'll be talking about today. I think it's important for the audience.
Okay, I told you. I said, now look what I said. I said the sister titled the show Black Americans. I said if he titled the show, he's going to say African Americans on purpose, even though he used them interchangeably, but only for this topic. Only when we're talking about us, he will purposely only say African American. So look at this slideshow. African American. Dude is crazy.
To get a basic understanding of what's going on.
So I'm learning about your region. So very nasty to the foundation Black Americans there are. YouTube Mastery says, been a hot ass mess since I never brought him forward. Maya has always been his sidekick, and they are all ran out of Harlem. Wow. They are incredibly docile people. I agree. Musty tethers. And Bishop Swarthy says it's a large East African population in Minnesota, but there are West Africans who share the same sentiment of not wanting to associate with FBA. I know. They purposely avoid us. Exactly. 512, a Nigerian at my job only talked to a Trini coworker. Like, man, I'm just saying the obvious. So that's all Tyreek and Yvette did. They just said the obvious that we all felt. They didn't make anything up. We need to delineate. Like you did, we are different. They're not like us. We all felt like that. We just ain't know how to put it in words. Yvette, Cornell, Tone Talk, and Turkey Nashe, they put it in words. How we felt, they put it in words. And we're like, yeah, that shit makes sense. We on it.
Going on. Okay. I know we're going to be talking about the freedmen versus African American. Okay?
In other terms too.
In other terms.
Dexter Dunbar says, I only had 2 African friends my whole life. Dexter Dunbar, and what state was that?
But I want to specifically deal with these 2. I think they're important. I think it's important for the work that the brothers and sisters are going to talk about today. But I want the audience, freedmen and African American. Understanding these differences help clarity, identity, heritage, historical context of freedmen refers to formerly enslaved Africans of examples. Freedmen's U.S. Okay, so you can get your identity for people of African descent. Freedmen's Bureau, Freedmen's Schools. Identity and
I've never had an African friend. The closest I got to was a coworker. He was a lazy ass. When they say hard work, this was a lazy African. I think he was Nigerian. I wasn't even sure. Either Kenyan or Nigerian. His name, I can't say his name, but he was a lazy. Oh my God, he pissed me off, man. I don't mind you chilling out here and there, picking your spots. When you work with me, you just lazy. You dig? I just couldn't get along with him just on that. And he used to hate when I used to push him and, like push him, like, come on, man, let's go. He lazy. Oh my God. So my only really friend or experience with an African, he was lazy. Then there was another African who was Canadian, and he was the weird one. The Nigerian one that was like kind of regular. You dig? He acted regular. The Ghanaian was the weird one. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's the one I ain't even really try to talk to. Because he was just so weird. The Nigerian was like kind of cool. You could talk to him, but the Ghanaian dude was like weird as hell. Like the Tin Man, like the Frankenstein guy. Like, dude, stay over there. And he always talked about how beautiful Ghana is. Oh my God, Ghana. Ghana's like Wakanda. That's all he talked about. God, I got land in Ghana. Oh, God, take your ass back to Ghana, man.
And meaning of African American.
So we got Sky Gale Fisher, FBA citizens set the culture standards for the world. Fact. Yeah, that's a fact.
Broad cultural, ethnic, and racial identity for people of African descent in the U.S.
Okay, so this is his personal chart. He's just making some shit up here.
Okay, so you can get to the U.S. and you be classified as an African American, no matter where you come from, right? Caribbean. And watch this. Encompasses descendants of enslaved.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Africans and immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean. They say,
wait, hold on. Now, how that makes sense? He said, look at this fool. He said the identity and meaning of African American. He said it encompasses descendants of DOS, slaves. He put Africans, like enslaved Africans. Like these guys purposely changed the words to make us African. DOS, descendants of slaves and immigrants from Africa. And so he's admitting that the term African American covers us, descendants of slaves, DOS, and those from Africa and the Caribbean who immigrate here.
They emphasize cultural continuity. Go ahead. What were you saying, Doc?
I want to interject really quickly, Unc. And this is why when you and I were arguing on the telephone, so I want the family to know, and maybe the people who are just watching us don't know, that a lot of these conversations that we have publicly are birthed from arguments that Unc and I have behind closed doors. This is why when you and I talked, I said, Unc, you don't think we should throw the term African American away? No, we shouldn't throw it away. I said, Unc, it is not specific to our lineage here in America.
See that? So she cooking him during his own presentation. I told you, I said it before I even played this video. I said she put the title Black Americans, and if he was to do the title, he'll put African Americans. And he just cooked himself. He just defined African American as descendants of slaves and all Africans that come over here and all Caribbeans who come over here. He just cooked himself. Like, so it's an all-inclusive term for any African to immigrate to America, Caribbean African or continental African, either one. They immigrate to America, they are automatically African American. This is from his own bullet point, his presentation, bullet points from his presentation. He cooked himself, and she's getting on him like, yo, this presentation is weird, bro. Yo, so now what other people on this earth is called something, and everybody that visits them is also called the same thing? I'm talking about their cultural identity, like what makes them different from the neighbors, their next countrymen. Who visits them and they're called the same thing? That's stupid. That's weird, man. That's just self-hatred.
Anybody that comes over here who's a descendant, who is of African descent, can claim to be an African American. This is why I said I do believe that we should have a name that is specifically for us, that other Black immigrants cannot come into the country and hijack. And you
exactly.
You were like, no, African American, they know who's who, and they, you went through all that.
See, they know who's who, and he said the same thing when I talked to him. See, so look, he's willingly ignorant. You see, he spoke to me, cooked him live and privately like her, because it was me and Naeem Prince. He represents the freedom side. So it was all three of us on three-way. And we pretty much cooked him. He's doing the African-American stuff. So he's getting cooked left and right. So now Dr. Maya's a Pan-Africanist. Even she's telling him, yo, African-American is too inclusive. You just said it in your bullet point. We argue on the phone all the time, and you're just hell-bent on this term African-American family. But he also uses Black American. So it's like, why when it comes to this topic, you just only use African Americans, but in your daily conversation, you'll say Black Americans. Like, that's just disingenuous, man. That's just disingenuous. That's just no integrity, man. Like, people see right through that.
But in your slide, these two bullets talk about exactly what I was arguing on the telephone that day. But please continue.
Got him.
I know I'm sharp as a hawk, though. Let me finish.
That's a lot. Okay. Ain't no heart sharp.
All right, go ahead.
It encompasses descendants of enslaved Africans and immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean. Okay. It emphasizes cultural continuity and community identity. Now, see, I think that's important to emphasize cultural continuity and community identity once you get to the United States. Example, African American history, culture, and community. Key differences. Let's deal with the differences here. Okay, freedmen, specific to descendants of formerly enslaved Africans in the U.S., historically linked to the legal status, post-emancipation, linked to post-Civil War reconstructed context, African Americans. It's a broad identity for all people of African descent in the U.S., primarily a cultural ethnic identity, spans historical, contemporary experiences. Now, this chart shows the key differences, right? Freedmen, specific to descendants of enslaved Africans in the U.S., African American is a broad identity for all people of African descent in the U.S.
Okay, so he keeps saying descendants of Africans. He keeps saying that. Like he keeps trying to brainwash you guys, descendants of Africans. So when did we become American? Like ask this guy. So because his presentation says African American. So when did we become American? So we're African all this time, right? So when did we become American?
That's
Now,
what I was trying to tell you.
Of course, linked to post-emancipation legal status and Reconstruction, cultural and ethnic identity encompasses historical and modern experiences. And these are the sources: National Archives and Records Administration, Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture, and the Journal of African American History. Now, so that's a basic for what we're going to be talking about. Now, Doc, my point was that
did you change your position?
No, I didn't. I'm still the same. No, of course not. I'm still there.
I'm rolling with Friedman. I'm rolling with Friedman.
No, I'm not rolling with Friedman. I'm rolling with Friedman in specific cases, right? If need be.
That's what I said. I said that on the phone. Go ahead.
Now, that doesn't make any sense.
My point is, those who have enslaved us know who the hell they're going to give their money to when it's time.
Okay, so now that's the argument he made with me. Now that's stupid. So let me tell you what he's saying, because he said it to me, and if you could check out the in my archives, there's a lot. I just uploaded. I took that segment out because he came on one of my lives. He just called in, right? I invited him on. He called in. But I made that a separate video. So look what he said. So he wants to rely. Listen to this guy. He wants us to put our faith in white folks. That. Look what he said. Oh, well, white folks know who to give it to and who not to give it to. Look, one more time.
Go ahead.
My point is, those who have enslaved us know who the hell they're going to give their money to when it's time. See,
you see? So we're going to trust, how many $5 FBAs is going to have their hand out? So we're going to trust white folks. Like why we ain't capable and qualified and certified to handle it ourselves? Why we just got to be, white man, go ahead and do it. You figure out who is who and who ain't, and as though a whole bunch of $5 FBAs ain't gonna pop out of nowhere. What are you talking about, man? No, we got this. Sounds crazy. That's what he said to me. Like, so why we can't do it?
When you start to write that check, if they write that check, they're not going to allow, no matter what you name yourself, they're going to allow the people that came into the country in the 1900s.
You see? So you see, no matter what you call yourself, this honest whoever that is, the government, they ain't going to just pay. See, but white folks are saying, nah, y'all figured it. So what he's saying is retarded. Because white folks, the folks who got to end up paying, and the folks who, who's objecting to it, a lot of white people, they're saying, no, FBA, you figure out who gets paid and who don't get paid. You dig? And based on that, we will scrutinize it, poke holes in it, and make sure it's legitimate. Make sure this is foolproof. It was us who came up with lineage base. It wasn't the white man or the government. It was us who came up with lineage base. Because you leave it to the government, they're going to say, hey, man, anybody oppressed. So now you got Italians, Irish folks, everybody in there with their hand out. Yeah, we made it lineage based. This guy is literally saying rely on the white man to figure out who gets paid, who don't, and just deal with that. Just rest your hat on that. That's crazy.
After slave and all that and get that check, they're not going to do that.
That's
not
crazy.
Even a little bit.
Look. He said they're not going to do that. So we're going to put our trust in somebody who has shown a track record of untrustworthiness. Miss D6, Women's Sports says we need to fight to retire the African American term. No African or Caribbean can use it. And we need to get that African descent item away from us because we went through an ethnogenesis, right? Lang says, man, these YT people are obsessed with formalities. They are going to challenge African American based specifically over its broad usage. Scorpio Mama says, I don't want to get blocked. I have strong. No, I got you. Well, who will block you? You just be respectful and like we're not yes people over here. We're not yes men and yes women. Yo, the chat. Everybody with a lineage. Everybody with a wrench. They're of the same lineage, right? They could all trace their lineage to slavery. And they be debating like hell with each other. They don't get along. They be calling each other names, all type of wild names. But that's expected. I don't hop into it today, man. They got to get past that. Like, that's expected. You're going to come across FBAs, and we're going to say something we disagree with, and we really disagree with it. We're going to be passionate, compassionate, and we're going to get it in for a little while. Then we'll get over it. Taz Cole, the CEO under Hawk, says they will have to provide proof of their historical family records so anybody wouldn't qualify. Yeah, but we set the terms and conditions though. Like, because now who validates? Now you said this. You said they got to show proof of their historical family records so anybody wouldn't qualify. Yeah, but who's looking over the family records? Like, who's verifying that, yeah, this is FBA and this isn't? Is that the white man looking over? Because, you know, that happens. You're going to have a lot of white looking people with a big check because their family records were quote unquote verified. All right. Good morning to you, Carlos Magus. Almost afternoon. To hell with Pan-Africanism. I agree. Ronan says, from this point forward, we will be the ones to control the narrative when it concerns our lands. Right. Brooklyn Finance says, yep, get rid of it. V for vengeance. Foundation Black American descendants of American slaves and Black natives of the United States of America who went through ethnogenesis, forming a new group of people called FBA. Breeze says, Scorpio Mama, you good as long as you are respectful and don't talk like a tether. Yeah, just be respectful. What else we got there? The CEO said, I'm not speaking about white folks. Okay. YouTube Mastery says 40 acres and a mule, the minimum. What's it worth? That's erasing the time of harm from Reconstruction to now. I found out they were true. The Japanese wanted to call a truce, and they got two atom bombs. Don't trust those folks. Yeah, come on. Yeah, we definitely not doing that with Diamond. Please, Will. Yes, Sharon. We definitely ain't relying on somebody else. I don't care if it's Asians or Indians. We're not relying on nobody to dictate who get paid and who don't. We're going to be frontline. Why are we not capable of doing that? Why are we not competent, educated, qualified, certified? Why we can't do it? Like, what's up with these folks? Like, but that's how they view us. They view us as incompetent. We're just fools. That's how tethers think about us. That's the African Pan-Africanist mindset. Like, we're just incapable of figuring things out for ourselves.
No matter what you name yourself, they're going to allow the people that came into the country in the 1900s.
Who took all your money, Scorpio Mama? See, when you say stuff like that, I was sorry. I was married to a Trini. Oh. Yeah, so don't be quick to erase the comments because nothing they said was really offensive, right? So she ain't even be controversial just yet. So at least let her be controversial. And like, let us look at it for a second so we can see, so we all can say, yeah, this one got to go.
After slavery and all that and get that check, they're not going to do that. Not even a little bit. So my point was that the African write that check if they write that check.
Okay, I want to just back up and catch it in context. So he's saying rely on white folks to determine who gets paid and who doesn't get paid, and they're going to be good, right? They're going to be fair. That's what he's saying right now. Check it out.
Right? If need be.
That's what I said. I said that on the phone. Go ahead.
My point is, those who have enslaved us know who the hell they're going to give their money to when it's time. See, when you start to write that check, if they write that check, they're not going to allow no matter what you name yourself, they're going to allow the people that came into the country in the 1900s, after slavery and all that, and get that check. They're not going to do that. Not even a little bit. So my point was that the African Americans actually encompasses all that. Now, if you want to get specific with it, right?
All right, that was the dumbest shit ever, and he think he's dropping jewels. Okay, that was the dumbest. He said it over here. That didn't work out well for him, but that was dumb, and he got a whole presentation based on that dumb shit.
You want to say, well, freedmen too, that's fine. So then we got to have a conversation around that, and you got to educate people, because the question will be this:
Morris, Pinky,
why now? Why all of a sudden
time.
It's the freedmen conversation? It's there. Is it hiding? No, it's in plain sight, right? So those who understand who they must pay, they understand all of that. They get the gist of it. They know.
Okay, so again, he's relying on white folks. And he said white folks gets the gist of it. So he's saying white folks exactly know who is getting paid and who's not, and they're going to do good by us. Right? We're just going to just relax, just wait for your check in the mail, basically.
Know what it is before they cash out their money, just like insurance companies, right? If you try to con an insurance company, they're going to come in with your claim.
Yeah, but insurance company, that's a little bit different, buddy, because you had to have that insurance in the first place. So they got your name and everything already on record. Social security number, address, all those things are all there.
They're gonna look at your claim. They're not gonna let you flim-flam. They're not gonna let immigrants that was not enslaved in the Americas come and suck up the daggone funding. I think
so. They're not gonna let immigrants come suck up the funding, but they're letting immigrants suck up employment. Okay, and they're sucking up tangibles that was not for them right now. And so where's the limitation? Like, how do you draw that conclusion based on what? Like, because some of our argument now is like, yo, what are we saying? We're like, yo, they're taking our jobs. Whether that's fact or false, we're saying it. We feel like that. So we feel like they're taking jobs and opportunities and set asides that was predominantly for us. If we feel like that, true or false, if we feel like that, how are we going to feel when that check starts circulating? I'm like, yo, why that big forehead guy got that reparations check, yo? Hold on. Come on, man. That's just stupid. It's just dumb. It's just, yo, rely on the white man.
I think your point was, well, we need to make that distinction, right? Legally,
Lorraine.
Right? So that won't happen. I never actually disagree with that. What I'm actually against is, right, is that the misuse of the term freedmen and pseudorizing us as African Americans and playing this game. We need real education on the subject. That's why I actually did the quick presentation, so we get a general idea of it, so nobody can't come and figure it out, because I've heard a lot of conversation on it, and it don't be that right there, Doc. That's my point.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going to bring on the family, some freedmen family with us. All right. And we got brother Lord Abba, we got brother Ali is in the building. Peace and love to you. And sister, don't get me. Tell me it one more time. I want to call you Antonia.
It's Antonia.
Anthony.
I was in a 3-way call with and Laura Abba. 3-way call for about an hour or so on the same talking point. And like, yo, he like, Laura Abba represents Freedmen, I represent FBA and ADOS. So the dude did a horrible job versus us, man. He couldn't answer no questions. He didn't know any history. Like, we were just slapping him up, taking turns.
And Sister Antonia is in the building. And so peace and love to your family. Welcome to the platform. How are you?
Spirit within.
Peace. What's going on?
Okay, so we got Nia. Yes, I know, but I'm half FBA, Cherokee, and Italian. I traced my lineage and did my DNA. Yeah, you only need one parent.
Hey.
Happy belated birthday, and I'm glad you're feeling much better.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm glad you're feeling better, man.
Let me ask this. I asked this last time, man. People really didn't participate. So, Nia, did you do your 23andMe or the other ancestry thing where it ties you to, like, you know, it shows like different regions where your DNA genetics are from? So, family, if you guys did something like that, what was the largest percentage that you had? So put your percentage there, the largest it was, and tell me what country that was. So, for example, I showed the woman Tiffany the other day. Tiffany's largest percent was 30%, and that was from Nigeria. So if she was participating in a chat, she'll put 30% Nigerian. So for all y'all, for any of y'all who did your DNA thing like that, I just want to know your largest percentage and just put the country that's associated with it. That's all. I want to do a case study.
Thank you so much. And then look, Brother Ali, you and I were going back and forth on Instagram. I felt so bad. I had to keep on changing it. Oh, Brother Ali, we could do it this day. We could do it that day. And I was feeling terrible.
Yeah, whichever
and as
one.
You can see, I did not go live for 2 weeks. This is the first time that I've been live. You know.
And I'm telling you, bro, it's a difference. FBA is a pseudo operation based off of people weaponizing our African Americanness against us.
Hold on.
Told you, yeah, this dude is weird. So like he is obsessed with FBA and Tariq Nasheed, and he tried to put us in a cult class.
All right, okay. I just want to make that known. What side of the fence I stand on?
No. So we're going to get there. So the first question. So the first question for the panel is this. Calm down, Brother Onk. Take a sip of Sprite or something.
Yeah,
so the first question is this.
Drink Sprite.
Okay, well, drink some water. Drink some water, brother. So the first question is this, guys. So
okay, so I'm seeing. So Spirit Within says 27% Mali. Who else? Family? Who else? You can't be the only one. Well, I'm saying she. You might be he. But anybody else who actually did it. So you see, so she was case in point. Let me put that. Let me pin that. So I'm gonna pin that. So right there. So we got 27% Mali. The next person, I'm gonna replace them. Where she's at. So we need more folks who actually did the test.
What should we be calling ourselves? Because Brother Onk and I were going back and forth on the phone, and I was telling him, I was like, African American. You know, if you're talking about us, that term is played now because it really now anybody, a black Elon Musk could be considered an African American at this point. So you're not talking about us. And so we were going back and forth, and I said, there's so many terms out here: African American, Black American. You hear ADOS, American Descendant of Slavery. You know, now you hear FBA, Foundational Black American. I wanted to ask the panel your thoughts on what term you all think that we, and when I say we, I'm talking about us who are descendants from West and Central Africa. We've been here, we built this country. Okay, we came over on those slave ships. We built this country. We worked from Kansas to Kansas. We participated in self-emancipation, legal emancipation. We fought on every wars. We experienced Jim Crow. We was here through the civil rights movement, here through the Black Power movement. That lineage, and I want to be clear what I'm talking about. That lineage, what is the best designation? African American, Black American, American descendant of slavery, foundational Black American, or just simply freedmen? What are you?
Nobody else took the test? Damn.
I'd like to jump in. Let me know if you can hear me okay, because I think my connection is a little choppy.
I guess Spirit Within, you're the only person.
Go, brother.
Okay. Well, I think there are two different things happening. You're talking about two different ways of identifying people, two different reasons for identifying people. The terminology is African American, Black American, foundational Black American, Afro-American, Negro, colored, all of these different terminologies that are in some form of fashion associated with race are just that. Those are basically like racial classifications, colorized racial classifications that came from Europeans from early on.
Exactly.
This particular term, freedman, actually represents a status that was acquired by emancipated people at the.
And let me, in case somebody wants to chime in, let me put the link in the chat. Let me put the Zoom link in the chat. I'll pin it later. I'm after I'll pin it now because it looked like Spirit Within was the only one that did a DNA test. All right. Okay. So let's put the Zoom thing there. So the Planet of the Apes says FBA those who was not wanted in Egypt, Africa, Kemet, the black lands by their own brothers and sisters, the same folk who got their own cousin Yeshua killed. So, okay. I appreciate you, brother.
time of the time of the Civil War from a national perspective. You're talking about from the 1860s, right? 1863 with the Emancipation Proclamation, and then nationally with the 13th Amendment, 1865. So this terminology really is a term that denotes the status that a certain group of Americans acquired upon emancipation. And that status then, or that terminology then, was conferred upon their descendants, which we have documentation that speaks to that specifically as a class of people that continue to grow even after emancipation, which, you know, ultimately includes the descendants of the emancipated. So that's one of the things that a lot of people don't get, is that you're actually having two different conversations. One is a race conversation. Another one is one based on status and class that pertains to the specifically to the issue of the emancipation of a group of people and the descendants that came behind them. So it's really a matter of choice. So if you want to racially categorize yourself as Black American, Negro, colored, whatever, that's your personal choice. Like no one can tell you how to self-identify, and that's not our job. That's not what we're here trying to do. We never tried to tell them down all race-based approaches to legislation.
Okay. So 7-Up says 24% Nigerian. So we have, so far we have 27% Mali, 24% Nigerian. Okay, so anybody else want to contribute? Please, please, please.
Policy, etc. And so what we came to with the research that we were doing was that this terminology is something that was used by the United States government to do remedial justice on behalf of our class of Americans from the time of emancipation. Like Ankh was saying earlier, you had the Freedmen's Bureau, you had the Freedmen's Bank. These things, these institutions were enacted by way of congressional acts. Right there, there's a charter for the Freedmen's Bank. That charter is actually a piece of legislation that was enacted by Congress that establishes the Freedmen's Savings and Trust Bank, regardless of how it functioned, because we're not even talking about whether or not the bank was overthrown by white people and it was looted and all of the money was taken. We're not even talking about that. We're speaking specifically about how this thing was approached and how they were able to do something on behalf of a specific class of Americans that was not based on race, but based on this.
So let me respond to 7-Up. 7-Up. You say most FBAs are 50 to 75% African. There's no such thing as that. 7-Up. Your DNA didn't say 20-30% African. That thing said 24% Nigerian, 7% this country, 8% that country. Your DNA did not say something percent African. That's made up. That's made up. We are not. There's no such thing as the African man. Okay, that's why your DNA points you specifically to a country and countrymen and countrywomen. There's no such thing like a Nigerian. You can't, if a Nigerian has like 95% Nigerian, you can't say 95% African because there's his DNA don't go to Mali. His DNA don't go to Kenya. His DNA don't go to South Africa. So how is he 95% African when his DNA just goes to Nigeria or around that region? It don't go to North Africa. So no, so when you're African, that's every place in Africa. You are all 54 countries. So there's no such thing as 50% African.
Status.
Let me see. Who else then put their information? I'm trying to do a case study. Okay. I took, let me see. I missed somebody. Okay. So I'm in Rob Muxick says, LLC says, Nigeria, 2 tribes about 70%, Kenya, 1 tribe about 20%. Nah, like I don't want y'all to mix it up and add. I just want it like literally like the highest percentage, wherever it is, just tell me that percentage in that country. Don't combine it. I don't, cause they didn't do that, so you don't do it. Get the results as it says. Let me just see real fast. Anybody else? So Forlang says mine came back as 24% Bantu. Okay, so these are low. Well, these are low percentages. These are just 24%. Forlang said 24 Bantu. All right, so Forlang is 20. Everybody so far is under 30%. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, don't start making up no 50% because everybody's saying 20%. And I can't wait to get the results of your case study. Okay, so we got a call in. Peace. I can't pronounce your name. How do you pronounce your name?
Vengeance.
Say that again?
V4.
Oh,
Vengeance.
V4 Peace. How you doing, brother?
What's
Hey,
good,
say
big
your
brother?
name.
This is V for Vengeance right here. I wanted to speak on. I'm trying to understand. Do you accept the validity of those ancestry DNA tests?
Oh, why not?
Well, from my studies, geneticists consider those DNA tests for entertainment purposes only. And
all of them?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
wait. Rephrase it.
I'm talking about for
Rephrase another
ancestry.
word.
For ancestry.
Well, when we say, okay, it's just tying you, like it's just tying your genetics to certain countries. So for example, if you had an Irish mother,
yeah,
then somewhere in there it should go to Ireland. So that's not entertainment. If it goes to, like, let's say, if it goes to Russia instead, then I could agree with you. But if that thing is hitting exactly where your family were from at one point, I don't look at that as entertainment.
So let me ask you a question. This is not to disparage. This is just to respond directly to what you say. So now, when I hear you say that, right? Am I to go with what you're saying or what a geneticist is saying? This is for entertainment purposes only.
Okay, cool. So I think I'm a great researcher, right? And
I don't care. I'm talking about what a geneticist is saying about it.
And I'm responding to you. You cut me
Okay.
off. One geneticist don't speak for all geneticists. So what I was saying was I look at the consensus of geneticists. So what we can do right now live, because I got the AI right here. Okay, so I'm right here. So we're gonna do it live. Yeah. All right, we're gonna see what the consensus say. All right, so now you said our tests like 23 and wait, here we go. Wait, how accurate are DNA tests like 23andMe? Okay. Okay. Now you said it was what before I read it? It was entertainment purposes. So that means don't take it serious, right?
That's what it's considered.
And you believe one geneticist speaks for all. Okay.
I didn't say one.
I'm sharing my screen right now.
That. You said that. I didn't say one. Don't try to mischaracterize what I said. I said geneticist.
Right,
you included one.
Okay.
There's several geneticists who said this. I'm not counting how many.
Well, can I read it?
Go ahead.
23andMe's DNA tests are generally considered accurate, not entertainment, in terms of analytical validity, meaning they can reliably detect the specific genetic markers they test for. 23andMe's customer care website states that each variant in their genetic health risk and carrier status reports demonstrates 99% accuracy and reproducibility. However, the clinical validity and utility of these tests are more nuanced. While 23andMe can identify some disease causing mutations, it only tests for a limited number of variants, potentially missing other mutations that could also increase disease risk. So now I need you to help me type something in here that says these tests are entertainment only.
I've done that already.
No, let's do it right now. Let's do it together. I want to see it.
Can I? I can show it on the screen.
I want to read it with you. I want to read it with you. I don't want because I don't know what you got it from.
It's right. I put in the query. Are genealogy DNA tests for entertainment only? That's what I put in.
All right. Genealogy. Okay. So
genealogy DNA test for entertainment only.
Genealogy DNA test. We live with it. Okay, here we go. We're gonna be live with it. Okay. Wow, I typed it in. I typed everything you said in. All right, this is your research. While DNA ancestry tests can be
Go ahead. I'm
I
listening.
typed it in there. So now I'm gonna read it. Okay. So while DNA ancestry tests can be a fun and engaging way to learn about your heritage, it's important to understand that they are primarily for entertainment purposes and not always reliable for making definitive conclusions about health or ancestry. The results, particularly regarding ethnicity, should be viewed with a degree of caution. Now they're going to explain it. So now you don't stop there. You keep reading.
I don't.
Cool.
Continue.
So DNA tests offer a fascinating glimpse into your potential family history and can be a great conversation starter. They can help you connect with distant relatives and potentially uncover unknown branches of your family tree. Okay, so we can tie your family tree to that. Now, not always reliable. Ethnicity estimates are not always precise and are based on comparisons to reference populations, which may not perfectly reflect your unique genetic makeup. Health risk. While some tests offer limited health information to go to health, they should not be used as substitutes for professional medical advice or genetic counseling. Legal matters. For legal purposes like custody or immigration, you'll need a court admissible legal DNA test, not a home DNA test. Privacy. Okay, well, let's go ahead and accurate. What's the privacy? Privacy. Be aware that your genetic data is stored in databases and may be used for research or other purposes. While DNA matching for relatives is generally accurate, okay, wait, I'm not done reading. I'm not done because it's inclusion. No, let me finish reading and you go. I'm not done. I'm just highlighting.
I said that several
while
times.
DNA matching, while DNA matching for relatives is generally accurate. That's what I read last time.
Yeah,
the ethnicity and health components of the test can be less precise. Yeah, ethnicity, that should change. Nigerian, Igbo. Wait, let me read the conclusion. Let me read the conclusion first. I'm not done. This is your research. We got to be complete.
This is not my research. That's your research.
In conclusion,
You're reading your research, not mine.
You told me to type this in. I typed it in.
Yes, but you can't. Finish what you're saying. Go ahead.
Okay.
You can't tell me what my research is, though.
I got all the information right here. Okay. So you, bro. Right here.
All right. So after I read this, I'm gonna let him go. I'm gonna let V4 go respond to you go. So in conclusion, DNA ancestry tests are a fun and engaging way to explore your heritage, but they should be approached with a critical eye and not relied upon definitive answers to health or legal questions. This don't represent what you said, but go ahead.
Now, the portions that you read, that you read through that I wanted to stop at is when it gets into the part concerning your ethnicity, right? When you tell somebody you're from Nigeria, what do you mean you're from Nigeria? Nigeria.
Yeah, that's made up. That's 1901.
Yeah, I know. But I'm going to use it.
Okay.
I'm going to use that because this is what they're doing in the DNA test. They're telling you 50% of your genetic code comes from, whatever percentage your genetic code might be coming from Nigeria, right? So we know Nigeria is a landmass, right? So it has to, but you're using genetics. That means it has to be connected to a people. But it's giving doubt to how much it could connect you to an ethnic group. Now, in Nigeria,
it's not supposed to do that.
Huh?
Ethnic groups are made up. Ethnic groups are made up, bro.
Okay, but this is what I'm trying to say. In order to connect your DNA to another group of people's DNA, right, that's supposed to be in Nigeria, they have to match what they took. They have to match physical blood or genetics from people, right? That's just common sense.
Where you read that from?
That's common sense. How do they know if they take my blood? Hold on, let me ask the question. Don't cut me off.
Yeah.
If they take my blood,
you cut me off, but you cut me off when I was reading, but we didn't read what you're saying though.
I didn't cut you off.
When I was doing the conclusion, you kept cutting in.
So how do they know if they're not comparing it against another group of people blood? How do they know it's coming from Nigeria?
Okay, you just made that up. All right.
So,
no,
I did not.
Answer
I'm
that?
asking a question.
All right. So let the other panelists. Got it. Let the other panelists do that.
I see what you're doing. You're running. You're running because you know where I'm going. You are.
I don't. Okay, all right, come on, bro. I'll let you call in and talk. Man, I'm running from you.
I got you, bro. So look,
bro, you ain't show a source yet. Okay.
DNA tests for paternity or criminal forensic can be relatively reliable due to the
That's
binary
not what I
control.
read. That's not what I'm talking about.
Hold on. Let me just, I got you, bro, because we're on the same side. I agree
This
with
dude
you.
belligerent as hell.
Keep
He cutting
listening.
everybody off.
Due to the binary and controlled nature, DNA tests for ethnicity and ancestry tests fall short, and the consequences of failure go far behind misleading consumers. Several companies have faced lawsuits over deceptive practice, mishandling of genetic material, and breaches of consumer practice. It's not an exact science because, one, they have small reference databases. DNA tests work by comparing your genetic markers to a reference database, but if the reference sample is limited, say only a few hundred individuals from a specific region, the results will be inherently flawed. For example, a company might claim you're 15% West African based on a database of fewer than 200 people from Ghana or Nigeria, ignoring the vast genetic diversity of the continent. Arbitrary ethnic groups. The concept of race and ethnicity is a social construct, not a precise biological reality. These companies often divide the world into vague or imaginary boundaries. Southern European, yes, sir. Hold on one second. Southern European, broadly East Asian, or Sub-Saharan African. These categories are neither consistent nor universally agreed upon in the scientific community. There's also a lack of replicatability. You take a DNA test with 3 different companies and you might receive 3 different ancestry breakdowns. This inconsistency alone disqualifies it as a dependable scientific measure. Reproducibility is a cornerstone in science. In one high-profile case, the exact same DNA sample was sent to multiple companies and returned completely different ethnic compositions.
Thank you, brother.
Also, immigration or migration is not linear. So if they have they say we have family in Liberia, you know how they got there?
Say that again?
If they were to say we came from Liberia.
Yes.
Because they have ethnic markers there that coincide with here.
Okay.
They could say that we've been there this whole time because those markers are going to a place that we've never been. However, our people moved to Liberia from the continent of America.
Yes, absolutely.
So all of those things combined mean they're not accurate for ethnicity.
Where are you reading from? Well, yeah, I already said ethnicity is made up. Where are you reading this from?
ChatGPT, but I got the sources for you if you want to know because I had them cite sources.
What did you type? No, I got ChatGPT too. I just did my. Okay, so ChatGPT should agree. Now look, what did you type in ChatGPT? Because people try to manipulate it. What did you type in there to get what you want?
Now people manipulate it.
No.
All right.
Write an article. You're not even trying to have a shit. You're trying to be sarcastic in the background.
No, I'm not.
Right,
No, I'm not shooting shots like that, bro. Come on, man. That's a shot you shoot.
All right, bro.
Write an article on why DNA tests are not accurate and add details of things testing centers have been sued for as well as reasons for not.
With the most energy, bro. It's not that serious. Back it off.
Reasons.
Wait. Before you finish, thank you. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for reading your results and findings. Thank you. Thank you for being peaceful and brotherly. We don't got to be hostile. Like, cut people off. You read totally. All I asked is I was curious, and I think that's a legitimate question. I was curious to how you phrase it in ChatGPT. That's all.
I was giving it to you.
Oh yeah. But I had to say thank you for calling in like that, where you're just giving information. You're not. I asked a question. You're not offended. You're replying. Go ahead, brother.
No, well, in the other brother defense, you kind of got to understand. Well, you got the FBA in your title, so you understand that this ain't in a vacuum. We fighting we not African. You know what I'm saying? A whole lot of other stuff. So some of the stuff is triggering to a lot of us. You know what I'm saying? Not to excuse anybody's what is it? Not respectability, but But did you get the name of what I was the prompt? If you wanted to replicate it.
Nah, I typed in what I typed in. So I typed in what I typed in. So I was just gonna finish. I'm gonna read what I got.
Okay. Writing an article on why DNA tests are not accurate and add detailed things testing centers have been sued for, as well as reasons for not meeting scientific requirements to be an exact science.
All right. So now you guys kept saying it doesn't identify ethnicities, right?
So that was one of the things he was making an argument about the ethnicity. My argument was migration isn't linear. It's a lack of replicability. arbitrary ethnic categories, and small reference databases. So they don't even have genetic markers for some of the. So if we say we Aboriginal and they have no markers to place that because we went through a paper genocide or a racial reclassification, they just grouping things together. And there's three things. They get paternal, maternal, and then a mixture of those. So we could have original DNA from the first 15 people that pops up randomly in that combination sequence.
All right, so I'm just going to read my research, okay?
Okay.
What's true about DNA ancestry tests? Each company has a different reference database.
Mm-hmm.
That's why results differ slightly. Each company uses different algorithms and reference populations to calculate your ancestry. So while they may all agree that you are, say, 30% West African, one might say 28% and another say 35%. Family, 28%, 35% is real close to 30%. So ancestry DNA might use Ghanaian and Ivorian samples, right? So they're based on probabilities, not certainties. Here's an example. Your ancestry results comes from matching your DNA to known populations. So it's an estimate, not a 100% guarantee like a paternity test. So nothing we read was that this is just BS and you don't take it serious. Okay, so they are better for continental. So look what they're better for. Yeah, they can't pinpoint it. That's why it tells you West Africa or Central Africa or somewhere in Europe. Okay, it says so they're better for continental or regional ancestry, not specific tribes or towns, family. So I already knew this going in. Okay, it says saying you're 45% sub-Saharan African is much more accurate than claiming you're Igbo, Akan from DNA alone. Those groupings are still being refined. So here's the misconception and false claims. 3 companies give completely different results. That's a misconception and false claim. False. That's why people got to know how to research. False. That's a lie. They may vary slightly, but the continental percentages, Africa, Europe, Asia, are usually quite similar. It's false to lie and say they give different results. That's a goddamn lie. If one says 60% West African, if one says 60, it's a lie. If one says 60% West African, another might say 55% West African and 5% Central African. Not a huge discrepancy. So I said earlier, the 35%, 20%, that's not crazy. Now, 28%, 70%, 60%, that's wild. Okay, now, is all made up or fake? False. The science is real, despite what folks are talking about. The science is real. The peer reviewed, but the interpretation can evolve over time as reference data gets better. Many of the top companies publish their methods and updates, so they even tell you how they came to those percentages. It's a scam because it changes every year. That's another thing folks be saying. Like, I understand, like, there's a bunch of people out here with anti-DNA and all shit like that. It's cool. It says misleading, yes. Results may update, but that's a good thing. That's science. It's showing the company is refining accuracy as new populations are sampled and better models are created. This is science. Scientific reasons for minor, not major, minor differences. I know how to read. Reference panel size. If a company has more people from Nigeria in its panel, it may classify more of your DNA as Nigeria. That answers your question, what you read. If a company has more people from Nigeria in its panel, it may classify more of your DNA as Nigerian. Granularity of regions. Some divide Africa into 5 regions, others into 20. That affects labels and specificity. Statistical thresholds. Different algorithms require different confidence levels before assigning ethnicity. Okay, so the real use of DNA tests, why are they used? What is the real purpose for them? These tests are best used for general ancestry breakdowns, West African, European, Indigenous American, paternal and maternal haplogroup tracing, your ancient lineage via Y-DNA and mtDNA. Finding DNA relatives in a database if opted in. They even can do that. That's what it's for. Find your DNA relatives. they are not reliable for specific tribes or nationalities, telling you your entire family history from a single test. Okay, so watch this.
Can I respond?
So, final thought.
Okay.
Do you see the screen?
No, I don't. I got my phone in my hand.
Okay, so we're done. So, final thought. DNA tests are like high resolution maps, but not GPS coordinates. They can guide you towards your ancestry with impressive, again, we go back to the word accuracy. So they can guide you towards your ancestry with impressive accuracy at the regional level, but not down to your village or family name. Not yet. So family, we keep reading the accuracy shit over and over. So it cannot tell you your village or family name, but the region level is spot on.
Okay, I can respond to that.
Right. Go ahead. Yeah, sure.
All right. So when no reference group exists for a particular DNA marker, the testing company essentially has nothing to compare your genetic material to. And DNA ancestry testing comparison is everything. So here's what that means in practice. And this is specific for us. Your DNA marker becomes orphan data. DNA tests work by finding similarities between your markers and those in reference population databases. If a specific marker in your DNA has never been cataloged in a company database, say because nobody from that population has submitted samples, the algorithm can't place it accurately. Without a match, the system may assign it to the closest existing group, even if it's wrong, mark it as unassigned, or trace ancestry, lump it into a broad category, broadly sub-Saharan African or unassigned. Forced guessing and artificial matches. Companies don't like giving customers big blank spaces on their ethnicity charts. It's bad for marketing. So many algorithms are programmed to guess based on statistic similarity to the closest available population, even if the similarity is weak. If you have a marker unique to an underrepresented ethnic group in Cameroon that's not in the database, the software might misclassify it as Nigerian because it's the closest available match. Loss of rare distinctive ancestry. Some populations, especially small, isolated, or historically marginalized groups, say Black Americans, Trinidad, and Jamaicans, the Caribbeans, are absent from commercial databases entirely. When your DNA contains unique markers from those groups, the test will erase that specificity, folding it into a more generic label. This is especially damaging for indigenous peoples, African ethnic groups, underrepresented in Western research, diaspora descendants whose African ancestry may come from multiple small source populations, or none at all. Why it breaks scientific rigor. In real science, there's no reference group or researcher would know, no comparative data available, and stop there. But in consumer DNA testing, companies can't admit that, so they replace data with estimates. This means the final report is not a direct measure. I'm reading right out ChatGPT.
Yes, sis. Yo, can you put that in the link? Can you copy that, put that in the chat?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you can finish.
Oh shit, I was scrolling up. What was the last thing I said?
About the companies that's being shiesty.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can't admit that, so they replace the data without the reference group. Percentages like 15, without the right reference group, the precision of percentages like 15% Benin, Togo is an illusion. It's just a probability guess. Bottom line, if no reference group exists for your DNA markers, the company will either leave it unassigned or misclassify it as something else. Either way, the result isn't truly accurate. It's a placeholder that tells you more about the company's database limits than about your actual ancestry. If you want, you can add this no reference group explanation as a side. All right, now that was all right. I'm gonna copy it and then drop it in there. Just the second part, right? This just the second part.
Yeah.
All right.
You said second part?
Remember I read the first part earlier about
Right. Okay, that's the second part.
Yeah, that's the second part.
All right, yeah. Put that in the chat. So let me ask you this: did you take your DNA test?
No.
Do you believe your ancestors came via slave ships, or were you already here?
I think it's an amalgamation of both. I think they intermixed at some point.
I'm asking you personally.
So me personally, I traced my lineage to 1830 on my paternal side and 17.
No. I'm not saying like your business. Like I'm not saying like your specifics. I'm saying like, do you believe, like for example, I believe that my ancestors came, but they were not already here. I believe my ancestors came from somewhere in West Africa. Like they were kidnapped by Africans and sold to Europeans to come over here. Like I believe I'm from that cloth. Do you believe you're from that cloth, or you believe you was already here?
I believe some of
my family got here.
I believe some of my ancestors. That was their story. I don't think that was all of them.
No, what I mean is like, so in order for my lineage to start, there was a mother and a father, right?
Right.
So I'm saying I believe that my mother and father, to start the lineage off in America, came on a slave ship. Okay, like I don't have any history of my father dating a Native American woman and having a baby, or my mom dating a Native American man, black or red. That's not in my history. So I'm saying like both of my parents came from the slave ships. So did both your parents come to slave ships, or did one did, or they both were here already?
So the reason I was giving you, because that's the only stuff I have verifiable data to, and my grandma and them, everybody grandma told them that they were of this land. So I have that story, but I can't verify it with anything. I haven't gotten far enough back yet, but I have traced it to that point. So I could. That's why I was giving you a guesstimate. I'm not trying to just finesse you.
Yeah.
But what I do
know
is
I only asked that because I've been around a little while. So most folks who believe they were already here, they're going to be anti-DNA tests. Okay.
Nah, but okay.
Folks, I'm just telling you. And folks who believe like me that they came via a slave ship, they won't mind it as much. Because our DNA test is going to verify what we believe. Some people who believe they were here, the DNA test might contradict their belief system. Okay. But okay, so now I've read something, you've read something.
How do I send it to you? Because it's just showing like.
Okay, how about this? Let me share my
And then you write the prompt in there. Like share ChatGPT
so
and rewrite the prompt.
just tell me what you typed to ChatGPT.
Okay.
And that's all I was trying to tell before. The dude getting all insecure, and I'm like, dude, before we talk, I said I think I'm a good researcher. I was just prefacing something. I'm like, yo, because I know that people try to manipulate. I did it with Kwame with Revenue. Revenue had typed in slave raiders and just Europeans. So he purposely manipulated the AI so it won't mention African raiders. So I said, hey, man, share your screen, go up. I said, how you type it in there? So that's a valid question. You don't get emotional. No, that's a valid question. Just like you want to know what I typed in to get my results. Right? I think that's because we could be.
That's fair.
It shows integrity. It shows like, I'm not trying to manipulate the results. All right. So what did you say? So I can type it.
When no reference group exists for a particular DNA marker. Oh wait. I'm in the hold on. Please explain what happens when no reference group for DNA markers exists. But it was in the the flow of that conversation.
I'll take that fast. Please, please explain.
Explain what happens when no reference group for DNA markers exists. But it was in the flow of the conversation.
Reference. Okay. So please explain what happens when no reference group for DNA
markers exist.
For a 23andMe and test?
I just said, please, that's the whole thing. The reason I was trying to say...
Well, the whole thing is about the test.
Yeah, so the initial...
So what I would do is, what I would do is I'll say, please explain what happens when no reference group DNA markers exist, and we're trying to use 23andMe. I will put you would have to put that in there because ChatGPT don't even know why you're asking that question. So when you put why you're asking that question, it's going to tie the two.
Right. It was in the flow of this conversation, like this prompt thread. So the stuff I read previously, and then that was the response to that, and then I asked that question after you read what you read.
How accurate is a 20? So I might definitely add 23andMe. I think that's how you're supposed to research 23 because we were talking about the test, 23andMe test. How accurate is the 23andMe test when no reference group for DNA marker exists? Right.
Yeah.
So I'm going to add those both in there so ChatGPT can connect and make better sense of what I'm asking.
Yeah, I follow you.
That's what I was trying to tell before. Like, dude, like you could ask a certain thing and you'll get what you want, but it ain't really, it ain't everything, because you have to put 23andMe. It has to know why you're asking this question, because we want to see how valid and accurate a 23andMe test is. You gotta do that. That's honest research. Okay, so how accurate 23andMe test? When there is no reference, and I'm gonna say how often that happens. Like, is that a normal thing, or is that some rare shit? Because a lot of things too, people like to argue the rare instance, and they make that like, nah, the exception to the rule. People like to argue the exception to the rule, and they magnify it as though this is a regular occurrence.
So
right.
I get what you're saying. I looked up the 4 rarest DNA groups. You know what they were?
Yeah.
American. It was Native, so-called Native American, Native Pacific Islander, and Native. It was one more Native, and then it said Black Americans. We was the 4th one.
That's interesting. Well, I could believe anything. I could believe, because our sister made a great point. She called in, Han Solo, that was the name she used. She said, when the first wave of Native Americans, indigenous folks, was killed off by smallpox, they just don't exist no more, because nobody did nobody took their DNA samples or preserved them. Yeah, they were just they just buried.
Yep.
Because they had a dangerous disease. So now afterwards, you want to do a test for these $5 Indians, and that's not really genuine.
Right. So this is another thing. I hate to cut you off, but bringing the $5 Indian point in, I think that they misclassify our native portion to European based off of that $5 Indian markers. So they're linked, like, so they at one point they was marrying the native women and then killing them to take their land and stuff. So the kids of those people will have genetic markers for both. When they're not able to place it like the Asian version of it, they'll just throw us in when we have all these random European numbers. I mean, grape did exist, but it's just a theory. I don't have proof behind it, but it's a theory I've been thinking about.
No, yeah, I believe that's definitely a possibility. They were doing what they were doing for a reason. They were definitely trying to include themselves in a ancestry and trying to exclude us out of it. Okay.
But one of the reasons I like the title FBA is because it encompasses all those things. So we really don't have to fight about that portion of it. Not me and you, I'm saying, but in general. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's why I say, like, I like FBA. I like some of the other terms too. For me, that's cool, and it could change 10 years from now, because it doesn't matter, because whatever you call yourself, you still got to prove your lineage. So that's why I just say the lineage. I say, hey, lineage, this is people of the lineage. I say of the lineage. So that stops the infighting. Oh no, I ain't Adolf. I'm Freedman. No, I ain't that. I'm foundational African American. All these other terms. Look, I ain't about to name, gang name stuff. I'm gonna just say, are you of the lineage? Okay, well then, whatever you gonna call yourself to that. Ninja Turtle. I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
All right. So I typed in some things you said, and I grouped. So I linked in what I also researched, trying to connect to find a bridge here somewhere.
Okay.
It says, great question. So either way, it says, great question. Here's a clear breakdown of how accurate 23andMe and other ancestry DNA tests are when no reference group exists for certain DNA markers. Okay. So it says, what happens when a reference group doesn't exist? If no reference population exists for a particular ethnic group or geographic area, 23andMe simply cannot assign that portion of your DNA with confidence. Instead, they may assign it to a broader region, so Saharan African instead of Cameroonian. That's the example you use. Label it as unassigned. You read that. This often happens with 1 or 5% of your DNA. Guess based on the closest existing population, which can cause overgeneralizations or slight misattributions. I want to know how often that happens, how rare it is. So, to ask the right question. How
So
often does this happen?
That's why I asked that question about what are the rarest, rarest ethnicities or races or whatever. What are the rarest genetic markers? And then that's how I got those three. And all three of them said Native, except for us, it said Black Americans.
But
like
it
ask them
actually
that
says,
question.
so this says, how often does this happen? Is it common or rare? It depends on the ancestral background of the test taker. It says, for people of European descent, this is rare. Europe is well sampled and reference panels are robust. For people of African, Indigenous American, Malaysian, or certain Asian backgrounds, more common because these regions are underrepresented in genetic research. Ethnic groups were not well documented by colonial or scientific institutions. Privacy or legal barriers may prevent widespread DNA collection in some countries, okay? Now, it says still, 23andMe has improved a lot in recent years. They continue updating reference populations as new research is added. So it's not like it's over. It's one and done. It's still getting there. And it says more people from these groups, it says more people from those groups take the test. So it's growing. So what is rare in some people is going to be normal. It says, why can't they just use everyone's DNA as a reference? Because reference groups must be genetically anchored. They need to come from people with deep roots in one region and known, undocumented ancestry. Most people today are genetically mixed. So using everyone would muddy the waters instead of clarifying ancestry. Right? So
you see how that could be a problem for us specifically?
Not yet, because I'm going to follow up with Black Americans next. I'm going to say, is this a problem for Black Americans? Okay. That's the next question. So it's a real world example. It says, imagine someone whose ancestors came from an isolated ethnic group in Central Africa that has not been a part of major genetic studies. That person might see 20% broadly, that's coming on. Naya's on. Okay, so it says that person might see 20% broadly West African or even unassigned instead of specific ethnicity. Someone else with European ancestry from Britain, Ireland, or Scandinavian will likely see those details broken down very specifically. Okay, so it says when reference populations are missing, the test is still accurate in reading your DNA, but limited in interpretation. So this part we keep reading, accurate. Okay, it said, think of it like having clear fingerprints, but no one to compare them to in the database. It says, so the DNA science is solid. The gaps are in representation, not in technology. So we keep reading that. So the DNA is legit. Now, I'm gonna write this in now. How should I work with Black Americans? Is this test accurate for Black Americans? Is this test accurate for Black Americans trying to trace their ancestry globally? So as they look that up, hey, Naya, how you doing? Is that Nia? You okay, you on mute. You gotta come off mute. Okay, so Nia, you're off mute now. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
How are you?
I'm good. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure you can hear me because sometimes my connection does drop.
Okay.
So I don't know if you got to see like what I posted, but I didn't do mine on 23andMe. I did mine through My Heritage. I'm gonna pull it up. Hold on. Okay, so on mine, now I was the one that posted that I'm biracial. I know that's like kind of like an old term, but some people are like familiar with that. And usually when you say that, it means you're half and half. It means you're Black and white. So when I did mine, it actually kind of got me straight down to pretty much what I think that I am, half and half. So
Right.
it
Mine
says
did
that,
too. That's why I was like, that's why I was asking before, like, because okay. So I like what brother just left just did. Brother just left, like he asked certain questions that made sense. It's like without this
right,
reference thing, it ain't happening. Okay, so basically it works, but if it don't have complete data, it ain't gonna work. V4, y'all
right.
gotta admit, V4 came here and act like it was a complete joke.
No, I don't
Okay,
think
so
it is. I
that
think
was
they
my
only
problem
say
with
that
that.
just
He
to
was,
protect things.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I
All
get
right.
what you're
So
saying. I think sometimes what they do, they just put that in there because some people's may, I mean, some results may come off. So they have to kind of say those things to kind of protect, you know, the test a bit, I guess.
okay. Right. But because they can't say it's 100% accurate because it's not. Nothing.
Right.
Even DNA tests are not. Paternity tests isn't 100. Nothing's 100% accurate. No virus, no vaccine, like
Mm-hmm.
nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But so you said so. Now you looked at yours, My Heritage. Now what's the difference between? Is that just another test, or just
Yes. So
the
it's like
difference?
my ancestry, I think, which was one of the first main ones. But you guys know that this group just overtook it. The Mormons. I think the Mormons has everybody's stuff. The Mormons are the
Okay,
ones
the Mormon.
who I believe who knows what everything is and what's going on, right? So the Mormons
Somebody
took
else said
over.
that.
Uh-huh. There's a lot of things that we got to look into. I'm just glad that people are having a conversation right now, whether we're right, we're wrong. Some people believe we're the Indians, some people don't. Some people think we did come straight from Africa. It's all right. I think we just got to get back to the Black Americans right now, and I'm good with
Yeah.
that. And then once we get there, it's bigger than what we know. So I just think a lot of our people have been sleeping for a long time. But my results is Nigerian is 19.3%. Kenyan
So
is
was that the largest? Was that the largest
that's the
percentage?
largest. But let me just tell you
All
the
right.
rest of them. And I'm only
So
going to
let
tell
me
you
let me,
this.
let me just write that one down because I was doing a little
Oh, yeah,
the
you
study.
got it.
So yours is Nigerian. So your large is 19%.
Point.
It's
Yeah,
kind of
19.
proved my case when they say okay. So now anything? Okay, go ahead. What else?
Okay, so Kenyan is 8.7. Sierra Leone is 5.6. North African is 5.2. West African is
Really?
1.6.
Damn.
Yeah, I wanted to tell you some other ones that I have, just so, because we got to start understanding too that this is why you have people saying, I believe it was always here. And I do believe some people did come in on the slave ships. I do believe
Yeah,
at
I
the
do too.
same time too, is we were all still taken in as slaves, whether you came in or whether you were here.
Right.
So
And then
that's
they mixed.
why, right. And that's what makes us foundational Black Americans. Foundational is not only saying that the people who believe we was always here, we're the only ones foundational. No, we're saying, well, as far as I know, it's being said that it's also the people who came in on the slave ship because we already done mixed and we've been here for what, like over 400 years.
Yeah.
So let me tell you the other ones I do have. I do have Asia and I have West Asian is 7.6. Central Asian is 1.1. Now, I have something else, and I believe this is the part that's kind of like in South America. It's called Mesoamerican. I was saying Mesoamerican now.
Okay.
Anyway, it's called Mesoamerican and Adian, which is, or Andean, Andean.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
and in order for me to have those, even though they're low percent, like the West Asian, I mean, 7.6, Central Asian is 1.1, and then the Meso is 0.8. But when you still have things that show up, even if it's minute, it's not like I'm going to go down to South Africa and just, get all crazy and be like, I'm South American. It's not that. It's just you have somebody in your family that has this DNA in them. And I believe this is what also is tying us to the land to where there were people here before all the Spaniards and the Europeans or whoever came over here. So I don't know if you guys heard of a guy named Dan Calloway.
Yeah, Dan Calloway.
I'm sorry, Dan Calloway. He talks about a lot of these different things, and it's just we have to start opening ourselves up to realize there's more that's going on, and you know, it shows, and I think we've been so exploited right now, from the civil rights movement, and then we had, the people who we call coons that just sold out their own people here. Being labeled, like, now that I get it as African American, it's a misnomer, and that's what I learned from Dane. I never really paid it much attention. I just thought, okay, well, this is what we was kind of identifying now, whatever. But I always said Black American. But now we can't even go off that, because now they're trying to say that Black is just a race. So anybody else that comes in from anywhere else, they could come in and literally say, I'm Black, right? And I'm American, because maybe they got their citizenship and stuff. So they'll say that I'm Black American. And this is what people got to understand. And this is why everybody's talking about delineating, because you got reparations and things going on. You got $55 billion that Sleepy Joe gave to Africa. Why did he give them that much money? So
I know about that. They came to a meeting, I think, in the United States.
That probably was when he was
falling
asleep in.
Now look, these same no good Africans would say we're asking for a handout. What the hell was that called? That was a handout. You didn't earn that.
No, exactly. And they know this. And this is why we have people working against us, because to me, this is how I feel. I always kind of just seen everyone here, how we just did. We saw everyone, they were Black. We just saw them as Black, right? We didn't really like say, let me pull your Black card and stuff like that. Now, honestly, I think we really do have to start pulling people's Black cards, because all these people that are in the politician, they are not Black Americans. We don't really have any real Black American representation in government. And if we do, they're the ones who are selling us out. But the ones that are up there, they kind of look like us or whatever, but they're not us. They're fighting for their own people. And this is why when people started talking about delineating, I felt like this. If you were ever like our allies, or you were our distant cousins or brothers and sisters, or whatever it is that you want to label them as, why didn't you just say, hey, why do you guys want to do that? Like, it's not nothing that's coming from their heart. It feels like the beast is coming out of them and they're getting offended. Why are you getting offended? You know what the Black Americans went through here. You know the fight that we had, through everything that we've been through. So I don't understand it. I find it to be a bit deranged.
It's definitely InfoWars.
And I don't think it should be like that.
Cosplaying. I guess I don't know who, liberals. I don't know who throw those folks in these positions of power.
Right.
To cosplay and misrepresent us.
Yeah.
Now, I just read the chat. So V4, he said this. So you said this, bro. You said geneticists came to a conclusion. Okay. I mean, and if they came to a conclusion, then there's a consensus. Okay. So what I was speaking to, bro, it sounds like you're saying one geneticist, because you're saying, because I mean, you just lie. Like, nothing we read, nothing the brother read that was on here that hopped off, nothing I read, nothing sister read said that this DNA thing is a joke. It said it's very, very accurate. We kept reading how accurate it is.
Well, you know what happened?
So
go ahead.
Wait, before you say that. See, he came on, but when you come over here and say it's for entertainment purposes only, what does that mean to you? Does that mean that it's to be taken serious or not to be taken serious?
Not to be taken serious.
Right. So dude, you came on here with the flim flam. So I'm like, so you trying to tell me people take a DNA test and it's just garbage? Like, we're just being lied to? And I kept saying, so, because like you said, sis, I know mine's accurate as hell. Okay.
Yeah.
It especially in Europe. Like, that's why I said, bro, if I have let's say if I had, let me just make up something. Let's say if I got a Slovenia dad, okay, and I take that test and it puts my dad in, let's say, Germany, then it's garbage. But if it puts my dad in Slovenia, you ain't gonna tell me it's entertainment. That's all I was saying. You're not gonna tell me now it's for entertainment purposes only. Like, stop. Like, so if I got a, let's say, South American dad, and it puts them in South America, you ain't gonna tell me it's for entertainment, bro. Like, that's accurate as hell. So, but also want to say this: if y'all come on with that rah energy, I'm gonna match it. I don't want to, but it gets me excited. Like, you know, that's what we do at the FBA. But you come on, he came on rah talking over me, and when I keep telling people how to be a guest, like, dude, you're calling in, you're a guest.
No, I
keep saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think sometimes it just hits people differently. Or what was his results? Was his results not accurate or something?
Okay, he left it like that, but he's misrepresenting the test, because when we read it, nothing about it said it was a joke.
Right.
Okay.
But what did it say he was mostly?
This thing is, well, he wouldn't stop talking to let me ask
so you
him a
couldn't
question.
find out. So then that's
he
what
tell me,
usually you call people.
He tells me, you're running. Like, dude, when do I run?
No,
you're
that's
running.
when they usually
No,
call them tethers. I mean, I don't know, because if he wouldn't tell you where he was, then that means that he
No. I misunderstood you. I didn't ask him, because I believe he is FBA.
Okay.
I thought you meant what was his results, like what was his conclusion by saying so chat, ask him now. Chat, put it on him, because he's trying to put it back on me. Chat, ask him now in the chat, what does he mean when it says it's entertainment purpose only? Do we take it serious or we don't take it serious? The test, the DNA test. That's not what brother read. That's not what brother read when he called in. He said, without these reference groups, yes, it might be an issue, but but those reference groups are far in between. Now, let me read my results, okay? Let me read my results.
Oh,
that's why I start off by saying, I think I'm a good researcher.
On the census record, nothing else? Oh.
Well, he would have to put a link. I mean, everybody has a wrench. Put the link in the chat. Let's read it live. Okay, now, great question. And very relevant for many Black Americans trying to reconnect with ancestral roots. Here's a clear, honest breakdown of how accurate DNA tests like 23andMe, Ancestry DNA, and others are when it comes to tracing Black American ancestry globally. All right? Accuracy of DNA tests for Black Americans. DNA tests accurately. We keep reading the word accurately no matter whose source we look up. DNA tests accurately read your genetic code. That part is scientifically solid. However, interpreting your ancestry depends on the availability and quality of reference data. So that's what boy said, which is where limitations arise. So West African ancestry, where most enslaved came from, is often underrepresented in genetic databases. Some countries, e.g. Benin, Togo, Cameroon, Angola, parts of Congo, are not sampled in high detail. So it's giving you the ones, right? It says ethnic groups like Yoruba. So now I've been saying ethnic groups was made up. Ethnic groups like Yoruba, Mindi, Akan, Fulani, and others are sometimes grouped broadly or not identified at all. Okay, so bottom line, the test will tell you roughly where your African ancestry comes from, but not always at the tribal or ethnic level, and rarely at a highly precise village region level. So we already understood that. Okay.
Yeah.
So Black Americans often have mixed ancestry due to slavery, colonization, and migration. DNA tests can detect European ancestry, Indigenous American, Caribbean, or even Middle Eastern ancestry, Jewish ancestry. Okay. However, non-African parts of your ancestry are usually easier to trace than African ancestry because of disparity in DNA reference panels. We read that earlier. Why is it tough for Black Americans? There are three main challenges: lack of specific African data. Many African ethnic groups are not genetically mapped yet. Colonizers lumped people together by nation, Nigerian instead of tribe. We know that. Okay, Igbo, Europe. Historic disruption. Okay, the transatlantic slave trade separated people from family lines, languages, and records. No surnames, no ships, no detailed records, and forced breeding make it hard to trace.
Yeah.
Genetic compression, because so many Black Americans have West African roots. So many is majority. And West Africa is genetically diverse. Companies will often collapse these regions into broad categories like West African, Ghanaian, Liberian, Sierra Leonean, Nigerian. Okay. Now, what the test can reveal for Black Americans. So this is what they reveal, all right? And nothing about it says entertainment or don't take it serious. It says confirm or challenge oral family histories. We have Cherokee blood. We're from Ghana. That the test can reveal that for us. Show African ancestry broken into regions. 32%. So look, they saying this is good. When it shows 32% Nigerian, 12% Senegalese, 9% Congolese. They said they can do that. Reveal non-African components, British, Jewish, with high confidence. Match you with living DNA relatives, which helps build a family tree. Right. Occasionally, it finds matches. It says occasionally find matches to specific ethnic groups like Yoruba, Mendu, Igbo, Akan, or others, but this depends on your DNA and the company's database. Okay. Now, what it cannot do. It can't tell you this. So nothing about this says it's a joke. Throw it away. It says it cannot tell you the exact African tribe or kingdom you're from with high certainty. It cannot give you historical paper trail.
Yeah. Yeah. No, of course, like when you're saying that can't tell you what tribe you come from. That's just like the Indians here. You can't tell what nation we came from.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's right, because that's something that we do ourselves. That's like you can't you can't tell this 100 years from now, 200 years from now. You can't tell that this financial Black American was a Crip or liberal. That DNA ain't gonna tell that.
Right.
Okay.
It's just gotta be paperwork.
Or he represented Adolf Friedman or FBA. It's not gonna do that.
Yeah.
Okay. It says give you historical paper trail back to your African ancestry before enslavement. It's not going to accurately break down your ancestry if the DNA markers don't match existing reference population. So this is person by person. Okay, now, are they getting better? Yes. Companies like 23andMe have added more African population in recent years, created African ancestry specific reports, partnered with African researchers to map underrepresented ethnic groups. So now people will say this like it's absolute, like it's not going to change, and it's changing. That's the whole point. It's like, folks are saying it's entertainment only, or they can't do this. Some limitations now, but those limitations are no longer there. Like they're updating, they're doing, technology is growing, and it's getting better. And it's gonna reveal more. So final verdict, is it worth it? Yes, it's worth it with the right expression. It didn't say no, it's for entertainment purposes only. It didn't say that. Now watch, it won't give you a passport to Ghana or tell you exactly what your village, your ancestors came from, but it can help reconnect you with regions and peoples of origin. So it goes here, region and peoples of origin. It's a tool for healing and rebuilding identity, even if it isn't 100% precise. Think of it as a broken mirror that still shows part of your reflection, not perfect, but better than nothing. So it's the result came that is pretty good. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's saying like it don't hurt to mess with it. But we got Maxwell Jenkins in the building. Peace. So before, there you go, bro.
Yeah, let me unmute. Okay. How you doing?
Peace.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Okay. Yes, sir. All right. I wasn't trying to speak for another man, but I think all V for Vengeance was trying to say is that each of these tests, each of these commercial tests, not legal, each of these commercial tests have for entertainment purposes only on the box or on the commercial as a disclaimer. That's all I can
right, disclaimer. Yeah. No, I agree. And don't you admit, not admit, but can you see that people could misunderstand that and take it somewhere else that was not intended?
Yeah, I could understand that, but I could also see the other view too. Just, you know, come in with your eyes open and don't expect too much. You know what I'm saying? And you might get the
It tells you
results you
that.
want.
Yeah, it tells you it's a shattered mirror. Like you're not going to see like you ain't gonna find that pimple to pop.
Right.
Yeah, so, it ain't gonna be an aggregate. Yeah.
Right. Well, I was just
it's a shattered mirror that's been repaired.
Right. I was just trying to say, I don't think the brother was trying to be too disagreeable, but then maybe not. Like I said, I can't speak for him. I can't speak for another man, but I can say that disclaimer is on the box, on the commercials, and they all tell you that. That's it. So go ahead and continue with the broadcast, and I'm gonna go back to listening.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So like even with a medical license, or even like barbering, a barber license says, at least in the East Coast, it says it's a practicing license. It means I'm not an expert. I'm practicing. So that's a disclaimer. So yeah, disclaimers are there because they don't want to. They can't misrepresent. Right. They can't misrepresent the test. Like it's just so accurate where it could tell you what king, like which king was your grandfather. Yeah. So they gotta have those things there. But again, we take that. And we make that a conspiracy theory. Look what it says here, and we don't understand why it says it. See, I'm different. I would want to know why why it has to say that. Okay, before I jump out the window and make a conspiracy theory, I want to know why they have to say that at the bottom. Matter of fact, let's type it in.
Yeah. Well, I'm hopefully a lot of people heard of the name Walter Plecker.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, he was the white guy that was a eugenist, just like kind of how let's just say what do you say when you try to I don't want to say for entertainment purposes only, but if that covers me, allegedly what Bill Gates is. They said like he's a eugenist too, because I believe Bill Gates' father was a eugenist. And they also knew the lady that started Planned Parenthood. So Walter Plecker, he was with the whole eugenics thing. And I don't know if you guys go back in time and just look into history, it seems like in the early 1900s, there was a lot of things that were kind of popping off at that time. A lot of Black communities being burned down, taken over.
Right.
Walter Plecker was taking the birth certificates, and it seemed like I think the birth certificates seemed to have come around that time. I still got to look into that, but that's what it seemed like. And he started taking the Black Americans that I think were Indians, and he was putting them as Black, and then he was putting the white people as white, and then anybody that was not related to Pocahontas, literally Pocahontas, was they couldn't say that they were Indian. So he just put 3 categories. And if you watch Dane Calloway, like look into his old things that he put up on that, you could put Dane Calloway / Walter Plecker. You should get that whole thing that he did on that, and he explains it. He pulled a lot of documentaries, and it was this white lady talking about how.
So how did he tie in Margaret Sanger? I'm interested in that one.
Who's that? Is that the lady that started Planned Parenthood?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I forget her name. That's why.
Margaret Sanger. That's her name.
When he talks about eugenics, he's talking about how that was something that was formulated so a lot of the Black population could kill off their babies. But
wait. Let's back up. There is no known history. You can Google right now that Margaret Sanger was for abortions. Margaret Sanger was for prophylactics. She just talked about contraceptives. She was against abortions.
Didn't she?
So I understand. Like, no, she was always. It's an easy Google both search. She promoted contraceptives. All her clinics, none of her clinics she ever supported did abortions. Every last one of them provided contraceptives to prevent. So she was about prevention, not eliminating or exterminating. Her thing was preventative, not termination. She was actually against abortion. She like a lot of people have been repeating that so often that it became true. And I had to correct the dude that came on here. I had two brothers, and when they found out that, they just lost their mind like V4. But yeah, she was not pro-abortion at all. She was pro, which is prophylaxis. So she was pro-prophylactics, and prophylaxis is a preventative measure. That's why I said, like, how does she tie into that?
Okay, so when I did the research just now, because I know I looked it up before and I have notes other places, but it says, I asked if she was a part of the eugenics. Now you have to also remember, people will come out one way and show you their face one way. Behind the scenes, they're gonna tell you, yeah, we're making this to help you guys, so that way, you guys can go ahead and have free sex all you want and not have to worry about getting pregnant, right? And they're going to tell you that. And then there's other things that's really behind it. And it's the other things that came up. But I'm just saying that's just one
that's
face.
speculation. Right.
Okay, so it says yes. I said, was she part of the eugenics? It says yes. Margaret Sanger was involved with eugenics movement.
So now,
though her involvement is complex and often debated.
Yeah.
But
So eugenics was a movement in America. Okay. Now eugenics was that's a lot. Okay. That's a lot that implies that. First of all, eugenics was forced. They were eugenics at that time were pro forced sterilization. Margaret Sanger was not pro forced sterilization. She was pro. You can do it as an option if you wanted to. So she picked. She was definitely a eugenicist, but she didn't agree with every practice of eugenics.
Okay. Yeah, that may be true. But I'm just saying, like, it does say that she did not support the forced sterilization of it, racial extermination or genocide.
Right. See, I'm just free. I'm telling you, I love history. I love American history. I research them as much as I can. So almost any topic y'all talk about, I could just freestyle off the top of my head. And she wasn't pro forced sterilization, and she wasn't pro abortion.
She did support certain eugenic ideas. So
right. Well, okay. Don't forget
that white people were supposed to be the main, cream of
like that was the thought at the time. Don't forget, like she's operating during scientific racism. Like she believes the one drop rule. Like she believes black folks cranium and you're dumb. Yeah. So that was that. They definitely had racist views and they were separatists. Okay, but to tag on, not saying you do it, but some people tag on things on them to make them more than what they actually were. You dig? And that's what I don't allow. Like, I believe in correct research. Just like I don't like when people say the 23 million test is for entertainment purposes only and don't explain it. So let's read it. Okay. Some DNA test, and you can go back to what you're talking about. So some DNA testing services like 23andMe include disclaimers starting with the results are for entertainment purposes only, or words to that effect. This is primarily because direct-to-consumer genetic testing companies, generally speaking, are not subject to the same strict regulations as clinical laboratories, and their tests are not intended to be used for diagnosing or treating disease. That's why they gotta say for entertainment purposes only. Okay?
Yeah. So I guess what they did, whatever it was, that she probably
so they just read words. They don't inquire why it's there, and they run with it. They run on my channel, the worst channel is the Hop On, and run with a conspiracy theory. And I'm just what I typed in. By the way, you want to know what I typed in? But yeah, please ask. And I'll research on the fly or research it yourself, but don't come here lacking research because you're going to be called out. You guys can call me out.
I mean, it's good, like, to have conversations anyway, and you learn stuff from everyone, and you just, I don't know, I guess it's just a learning, the experience of going through stuff, and that's how you learn. And something maybe I did read something very differently, where it did seem like it was like she was part of that stuff, and then hearing saying like, okay, she had it, but it wasn't what she was pushing towards. But maybe her people that she was connected to, they were like, oh, this is a great idea. We can use it for this. Like, you didn't make it for that, but we can use it for that.
See, but the thing is this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, your history. Okay, now we could say that about anybody. We could say anybody has a diabolical.
Exactly.
Yeah, we could say shit. Well, we could say the reparations check is really a finesse. Like the black man is really going to twist it to FBA means forever black Africans. You did, like, so we could always twist something to whatever we wanted to be. But then we just got history. We just got what's documented.
Yeah.
And sometimes that you got to just go with the data, and you don't got to take it hook, line, and sinker. But if that's the only thing available, that's the only thing available. Like the Titanic, we read about that. Something else might have happened, but you'll never know. So all we can do is go with what's documented, and then amongst ourselves talk about other possibilities. But those are just speculations. So now, let me respond to Chosen. Let me respond to Chosen 1619. He says Margaret Sanger literally has a video mentioning the reduction of elimination of undesirables. Okay, dude. Chosen 1619, call in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guarantee you, bro, you're not gonna know more about Margaret Sanger than me. And you ain't watch a video I ain't watch. Okay, so call in and let's have this conversation. So Margaret Sanger, so let me educate you first. Margaret Sanger was against birth defects. Okay, so she was unsympathetic of those who are born with a mental illness, one arm, anything like that. She felt like those folks, like she wasn't for those folks. For anybody with severe birth defect, learning disabilities, she wasn't for that. Okay, and by the way, that's everybody. It wasn't black folks. That's anybody born like that. Okay.
Yeah, they just
so when you try to pigeonhole it to just blacks, bro, you're gonna get cooked. So you don't just rely on videos, bro. You want to also read it too. All right, because videos, anybody can make a video and chop it up. But you want to, because videos are documented, so they got transcripts, right? Even this live, when we're done and y'all check out my old live, you can like look at the transcripts. Every video has a transcript.
But yeah.
You said. Yeah.
Look up Walter Plecker though.
Hey, 1216. Now this guy, he's doubling down. Hold on a second. Click the link, dude. Click the link. Okay. Or call in. You want the call in number? I'm trying to save you, bro. Call in. I'm trying to save you. There's no such video, my boy, that's accurate. Okay. Now you know I got the clips. I got the clips. You know I got Margaret saying my clips though, right? Chosen and Sister Mia. Yeah, I got her in my clips. I got her videos clipped up. So when I go to the clips, you ain't gonna like it. When I went to the clips for revenue, when I showed Dr. John Henry Clark in there, I got the clips, buddy. Okay, so let me just show you. So you guys just be talking and all that type of stuff, but I take information and research serious, as you see, because I believe the lack of research and education is why we're in the rut we're in. That's most of it outside of systemic racism. But let me just show Buddy real fast. And yourself, can you see my screen, sis?
Yes.
Okay. Let me just show you. I ain't bluffing. Show you. Yeah, I got the clips. I got the clips. All right. Sis, right around, sis, let me ask you a question. Who is this? Let me get to it. I got hella clips. All right, we're getting close. Make sure I ain't miss it. All right, I got Kamal. Okay, sis, who is this right here? Who's that? What does that say?
Is it Tariq? Oh wait, I might be on a different.
Right,
Margaret
Sanger. It'll come up. Okay.
Margaret Sanger's
mom. Yeah, I'm Margaret Sanger. So I got the clips. I watched the videos. Okay. That's why I say call in. All right. If you believe you're right, call in. I watched all of her videos, bro. Everything public I watched. Because I've been hearing this my whole life. Then when I actually looked into it, it was wrong. Like, oh shit, she never was. I'm like, what? But I knew that was some Pan-African shit. I'm like, oh boy, here they go. Okay, but sis, go ahead. About Walter Plecker. Walt Plecker.
Oh yeah. So he was his occupation is that was physician and public official, and he was the first registrar of Virginia's Bureau of Vital Statistics, which was from 1912 to 1946.
Right.
He racial classification off the one drop rule, and he was very like rigid.
Pseudoscience, the scientific racism, right? But that's all been debunked. Okay.
Virginia Racial Integrity Act, targeting Virginia tribes, and the eugenics advocate. So he was just strong supporter of eugenics movement, promoting sterilization of people he deemed unfit, targeting poor Black and Native American populations.
Where are you reading from?
I'm looking right now. I'm on Chat GPT, but I had
okay.
like
So let me ask you this:
Google before.
Because when it says undesirables, from my research, that's everybody. So from your research, you're reading that he only had it out for Black people and Native Americans who he seen unfit and undesirables.
And they looked at they rated people from being like kind of being
so no white unfits and no white undesirables in your research that he was he had out
they
for.
outlawed interracial marriage and birth registration that didn't conform to white supremacist definitions. What was you asking me?
So you're reading from Chat GPT?
Yeah, that's what I'm on right now. I have read up on this like in the past.
What did you type in?
I typed in I just typed in Walter Plecker. That's it. I didn't ask anything about him. I just typed in his name.
Okay, all right, okay.
But you can, ask probably more like
because what I would ask is this: like, I would want to know, did he only have it in for Black people and Native people, or was he also a bias against like poor, unfit, undesirable whites?
I'm probably if I would think, I would think maybe he does, but I think he did have it out for the Black Americans. So just see if you can pull up any like documentaries on him. But like I said, Dane does have that on his site.
I would rather read it.
But there's there's a documentary speaking about it.
No. See, for me, if the person's like, for example, like if we were in court and somebody's speaking about you, that's not as credible as you talking about yourself.
Right. I don't.
So I'm sure whoever's speaking about him, racist white folks going to say he's just so holy, and he was a great man. So, it's all about who is speaking about him. He could be the devil. He could be Jesus, the second Jesus coming, the second coming of Jesus.
That's true.
Yeah. So the thing is this, so again, you could put some, if you want, you could put some of that stuff in the link and folks will click it and check it out. Walter Plecker. And okay, so what would be relevant with him today? Like, so what relevance would he have today in 2025?
Walter Plecker?
He was a bad man, terrible, but why would he be relevant today?
Well, I guess he would be relevant today because he affected documents that changed who the Black Americans really were. Because I'm sure before we were
you're saying like the classification, like he started to make.
Right, and that's
he screwed it
that's
up.
all.
Like he done made some Native Americans Afro, Black Americans, and he made some Black American Native. Okay, he made white folks Native American. You're saying he did that?
Right, like he had what they call paper genocide. He had took his pen and put to paper and started changing the Black Americans identification and started reclassifying them, you know, to what he seen them as.
So now here's the problem. Here's the problem with that. If he did that and that went on for another 100 years, how do people find out if they were or weren't?
Okay, got it. If
so how do people they were Native American and then how do people
that would go through your family
find
now.
out today? Yeah, but he kind of rewrote your family.
Exactly.
He kind of rewrote history.
The only way that you have it is when you have your family members saying, you know, we used to be like the Choctaw Indians or, you know,
but you got hella black folks. I remember growing up in the 90s, nobody wanted to be a foundation Black American. Everybody was very something else. So you had hella people claiming to be Indian, Native Americans.
Because I believe
like that was the thing. Like people perm their hair to extra land. They were Native American.
Well, that's just crazy.
I got hella friends right now still saying that.
That's crazy. But no, I can tell you, if I was to show you my aunts and my uncles and my father, my father's very, very melanated. Like he's a dark Black man, and he has very curly, nice hair. He kind of has like that S curl hair without using S curl. You know,
well,
so
couldn't that be due to some slavery, white man?
I don't. My father. Listen, when I tell you, my father doesn't look. I mean, I'm not saying that he can't have white in him, but he doesn't look like he has like white in him like that. Unless you're just gonna say, well, he got the white because he got the good hair, and he did have hazel eyes.
Is he still alive?
No, my father passed away.
Okay. And you didn't do, wait, did you do a DNA test? Like,
I
did you trace your lineage? Okay,
Yeah.
so who it says his father was?
So
and
his
mother?
father was Black American, but on a lot of documents it says Negro and it says colored. And I believe I found a document saying that my grandmother was mulatto, but then there's other ones that says she's colored and then she's Negro. So it's like a lot of different things too. But she was the one that we were told was full like Cherokee Indian. And so again, I think.
But
I
who
don't know.
said that? Was it somebody? Was it her peers, or was it somebody younger looking back saying that in hindsight?
It was somebody in my family that was older than me, and then
But what were they older than her, or as old as her?
It was like my older siblings that I was hearing.
Yeah, see what happened. See how that works. Like she's older. It's like she would know who is she. Okay, your mother would know more about the lineage than you.
She
like,
should, but my mother didn't tell us anything.
Right. Now, yeah, but that don't mean she still don't know. So what I'm saying is, like, so if you got a grandmother, a grandchild can't tell the grandmother who she is.
No, but not unless my sister, she was like a grandmother. You know, like when
she was a what?
She was around like our grandmother when she was younger. So she had access to her basically. Like I never met her because I think by that time she like passed. But my older sister, she was around. So and then my aunts, they have again like high cheekbones, kind of got that little chink to the eye, and one of them, she literally wears her hair split down in the middle and does 2 braids.
I got a chink in my eyes.
I'm sure you do, because they also say the Siberians came over and mixed with the people that were here. Because I just read to you too, I have Asian in me, so that got to be coming from my father. Because my mother's side, it says that she is like Greek, South Italian, 33.9% Italian, 14. Because you know the Greek South Italians, that's basically like the Sicilian Italians, and they see them as the darker skin Italians or whatever. So that's why it kind of separates that, and then it goes into Italian 14.7.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So it pretty much though got it. I have to look at it from each of my parents. It's like smack down the middle, like 50-50 on the part of, and it's not like they know who I am, you know, to say, well, she's, two different, whatchamacallit. So make sure her DNA comes out showing it that she's half and half. So that's the only reason why I say I think this kind of probably hit me right on the nose.
Right. Like, most people that, and not most, but I'll just say the few people I've seen that got their, that's why I say, like, it depends what you thought prior. Okay, so if you think you are from this land and you didn't come via slave ships, you most likely going to be anti-DNA test.
No, I'm not anti-DNA. I'm actually
no, not you. I'm speaking to the public.
Okay. Yeah.
The public, yeah. That's why I asked the brother, like, where do he believe his lineage started from? And he kind of hinted its possibility of hitting here. And I asked him, did he do a DNA test? He said no. So he kind of like fit my hypothesis. Like, yeah, like folks who believe they were here are going to be anti-DNA test. You know why? Because they know that the DNA test just might say they're not from here and they're from Africa somewhere. Okay, so there's a lot to risk there. So,
well, if you go back and you just think about like biblical days, right? This is why I say everything is bigger than what we know. We just trying to, I get back to Black Americans because we need to know who is from here because we've been so like kind of watered down. I call it like blackwashing. Because the Black flattening of looking at everybody like that, and they're not. They're all from different areas outside of America and came in. So we can't just, say everybody's all the same. No, we do know we do have certain things that are the same, but we are still of this land, whether we came in on a slave ship or we were here already. But and I believe two things could be true at the same time.
You inherit the land either way.
Exactly. I believe two things could be true at the same time. You know who the Olmecs were?
Yeah, Mexico.
Yeah. So they just found those like big, huge head statues, in Mexico. And those people look like, honestly, they look like kind of like from oh my God, what is the name? Well, Maui and Moana.
Yeah, but they also look like Mexicans because somebody did a video countering. You know how we guys, hey, this will look like so and so, and it does. Like, listen, there is a Chinese person somewhere that looks like you. You dig?
Yeah.
There's a white person somewhere that looks like you. So there's always somebody in the world that's like Japanese or something totally different that kind of look like you. So what this Mexican did was, they were resenting the fact that people was taking ownership of the Olmecs. So they made their own video of how they were showing like modern Mexicans look just like the Olmec people.
No, they do.
I'm like, damn, they do. Yes, they like, hey, look at this man. Yeah. So it's like, yeah, well, shit. So they saying, hey, nah, we're laying claim to these folks too.
Right. But you get these Mexicans too that look, like they have Black in them. Matter of fact, I just had them over here, like, because I've been seeing a lot of like
when you say Black, don't forget, Black is something made up that we made up here in the 60s.
No, I know.
Like, there's no
so
such thing as like Black.
Right. So that's why, like, speaking to you, you know what that is. But
yeah,
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, they were the ones that I saw over here by me recently, they were heavily melanated, I'll just say. And I was just like, wow, like, I felt like I haven't been seeing them because I live in a predominantly like Mexican neighborhood. I haven't been seeing them around like that lately, but a lot of the Mexicans now, they all look like pretty, like lighter and stuff. So
yeah,
I don't know, but they do have their president or whoever they have over there, the lady, she's Mexican and Jewish. So but they definitely have like, like a mix. And I still think like they are, remember, if they're down there in South America and we're right here in North America, I would think kind of like these people, I don't know. That's just my take on it. Like these people had to be, you know, mixing with each other, talking with each other, knowing each other, something, you know, because they're right there underneath us in America.
Absolutely.
It's not like they're that far. But anyway, back to the foundation of Black Americans, and going back into biblical, it's bigger than that. And I think what's going on too is finding who are the people of the 12 tribes. So I'm not
Yeah,
really,
I was gonna say
I'm not stuck on
Mexicans,
really all the Black American stuff.
Mexicans. Wait, just real fast. I was gonna say Mexicans are they experience the ethnogenesis as well. So I believe Spaniards and Native peoples got together, but I forgot how it happened. Like what the process was, but I know that they're an ethnic group as well. Like they're unique from the natives, and they're unique from
they're made up
Spaniards.
race, they say. That's how you got the Mexicans.
Yeah, just like
they were made up race between I believe it was supposed to be between the people that were here first and welcoming the Siberians in, and then when the Spaniards came over. So
like I looked it up. I researched so much. I'd be losing. I'd be like can't find my research.
Yeah. So I think it's just like all these things that are going on. And right now I just think we just need to figure it out as people here. That's what we need to find out. After that, we can start digging into, you know, like knowing what everything else is going on. But I think somebody's trying to keep us from knowing who we are. That's what we have to see at the end. But we can't accept all these people that are from outside of America, and we're washing ourselves out. That's what's going on. You're gonna wash yourself out until you're not gonna know who were the people of, like, here. So I don't know.
I'm trying to read from the chat what they got going on. In America, red natives and Siberian Black Americans. The chat is just giving what they believe happened.
That's why I believe it's just like, oh, we're here from this land, and we have people who came in as well.
Etymology of black means Palestine. My people are farmers, so what is the point is if they never told you or in their family? You cannot be. And so the chat got mixed opinions. Not true. That's not a true statement. Any FBA took DNA. Okay, yeah, Max. You know, but Maxwell, I did check myself though, because I was gonna say many, right? So I said many, but I stopped myself. I said I don't know many. So I try to catch my wording. I said it's, you know, there are a few out there. Yeah, but you're right, because I know folks personally that took a DNA test, even though they don't believe is accurate. They had their own little bias, but they still took it. So yeah, so that's why I messed up and I said many. I had to just like say few people or some or others. I had to change my language around, not be absolute or not give a mathematical expression I can't prove. But not. Okay. So so it says it's tricky. Yeah, so I understand what the second brother that called. I understand what you're saying. Like, it's kind of tricky with DNA tests. It's tricky. It's not the whole truth because of those messy records that they were doing here. You know.
Yeah. So just
with
keep
the
like
dolls. So
the
dolls. Yeah. So it's kind of sloppy when it comes to us, but that's not all of us. It's only sloppy to those that it applied to. Because if you indeed have if your lineage, if your ancestors came from that boat, it ain't gonna be as hard for you if you were already here.
Yeah, but you know what I think needs to happen too? Being that we're all like here, and but still like the people that make up Black Americans, we just, I think, just need to give respect to both sides. That's all. We need to find our
Mm-hmm.
common ground and just have that respect to say, you know what? I respect that, you know, you believe that you were here before, and I respect that you believe
Yeah,
that you
I don't argue that at
people
all.
came up. No, not you. I'm just saying, just for the
Yeah.
community of Black Americans, I think that's what we need to do instead of just fighting between ourselves with those two things. Just believe two things could be true at once. That's all. And then it doesn't make you any like less Black American or anything like that, because we're all here, and you know, our ancestors were still all enslaved at the end of all of it.
Yeah, they all got it. They all got it. But whether they were here before or they weren't, they were putting on plantations like everybody else.
Right. So guess
And
what? More than
they
likely,
worked hard to build a foundation.
right, those people became family and stuff like that.
Yep.
And intertwined, and that's how we have this mix of showing, yeah, we got African in us. Because if you look at me, you're gonna think I'm probably like really like a Spanish person or something, because that's what I get a lot of people telling me. That's what they always think I am. But then you'll get my other brothers and sisters where you could look at my brother, he looks like a light skin, you know. And then you could look at my sister, she looks like a little Indian. So the 10 kids my mother had with my father, all them kids came out all different looking. So that's just the fact of that matter, you know. But I think we just need to respect both of those things. That's it. Just anybody.
I want somebody to click the link. I want somebody to click the link that think we're all African. Like, I'm interested in that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
If you think we're just African and we denying that, I want
That's
them to
the
call
other thing
in.
I find weird. Like I don't know. I don't really hear anybody like deny. They say that, yeah, you may find it in our DNA. Because remember, a lot of people don't know their DNA either. They really don't know. Like I just recently found out like 2 years ago. All I knew was that I was Black American, Cherokee, and Italian. That's what I used to always say when people would ask me what's my, you know, my race or whatever. And that's it. But other than that, I couldn't tell you percentages or anything. Like I could kind of tell you right now. But yeah, I think we just got to get it together, and we just got to get a lot of other things that's out there right now corrected, because we are getting people saying that we don't have no home, we don't have a language. I mean, duh, how could we have a language when our language was stolen from us and switched and we was forced to learn English? Like, how do you
That's our language.
That doesn't even
There
make
you
sense.
go.
Doesn't even make
The
sense.
language is English.
Right. Well, it's English now, you know, but I'm just saying, like, back in the time when people came in on the boat and people were here, we had a different language, but it was taken from us.
I don't. Right. You're right. But anyway, like, so, right. That's like 1,000 years ago.
Yeah, if you
I'm
look at it and you
joking,
just
but
go back to
a
our
long time ago.
ancestors, I'm just saying, you go back to our ancestors, they had their language. They did.
Yeah,
and how do you pass your language on? You teach it to your kids, you talk to them and stuff like that. It can't get passed on if it was taken away. And the newer generation started only learning English.
Right. So you're just speaking from a native sense, indigenous sense. I'm speaking from ethnogenesis sense, like I said, off the slave boat. So
I'm talking about off the ship too.
Okay.
Do you think we were speaking English?
So that language don't, to me, that language don't mean nothing. Because,
no, exactly, because it's not what you resonate with no more. You know, it's been taken away.
Yeah, but it was once we were sold by Africans,
right?
Everything about us was sold too.
Exactly. So that's what
so
I'm
they
saying.
sold your language, they sold your religion, they sold your spirituality. All that was gone.
Right.
So you were bought by people, and they attached all that on top of you, like the new spirituality, the new religion, new language, the new ways, mores, and all that type of stuff. 4 ways. That's what happened.
But they did say that the Gullah Geechees down in South Carolina, I think they're in South Carolina, they are the ones who still stuck to, you know, I guess everything that they came here with. Like, these were the people who didn't like really forget a lot of their roots. Though
like
they
what?
should, you know, I guess what they brought with them from Africa. you know, when they came off the slave boat. These are people who,
Listen,
look it up yourself, but these are people who
I
stuck.
gotta look it up. I gotta look it up. I gotta look it up. I was in South Carolina. I was in North Charleston, and I was in Harleyville. Okay, I
There's a guy who's
spoke
done
to.
Gullah Geechee tours over there too. He has a YouTube channel.
What I'm saying is, I worked in property management. They were residents. I spoke to. They had to come see me. I worked in compliance.
Right.
So they all had to update their paperwork with me. You got to update your income, any income change, any extra kid you bring to the household, anybody move out, anybody move in, you got to come see me. Okay. And I asked all of them about their lineage. They said they say what we say. They said, hey, all I ever known was Black America. They said all my folks come from slavery, like every last one of them. Yep. They go all the way. And most of them didn't even ever leave South Carolina.
No,
most
that's
of them
what I'm saying.
Yeah,
they're still there.
Yeah. So, but they all said that their lineage built to plantation. That's all they ever know. Like they don't know no other country, nothing like that. They got foundational Black American roots.
Yeah, exactly. But
I definitely asked them.
But
yeah, and you would know when you meet them. You would know because they're very dark and they speak a little fast. They got with an accent. They speak like almost like Jamaican tongue, but with an accent. Wow. Yes.
Yeah, there's a guy.
But they don't like to be called Jamaican though. Don't do that.
No, because it's the same thing like if you say Negro, a Black American, anything else, it's like, you know what you are.
Right.
But yeah, I'll let you go. And
yeah, I'm a there you go.
Somebody put Mexican think they're white. They do. Some of them are. That's a whole nother thing. So much.
Yeah, you got Indians that think that.
The
lighter you are, you start to think you are. Yeah, good talking. I'm glad you called in.
You said the lighter you are, the what?
Yeah, so the lighter those folks are, the lighter they become, even Black, the lighter you become, you start to think you're white.
You're white.
Like the more you can pass for it, the more you start acting like you are.
Yeah, it's a sad thing. But, Yahushua told you what he looked like in the Bible, right? That's a whole other thing that I don't get. And people will still put up the white Jesus with the blue eyes. I will not put that picture up in my house. Not at all.
Wait. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to go back to sharing the video. Now, there is a new hater. I mean, like, he's a nobody. He's trying to be a somebody. He's Nigerian. So I think I'm going to play him next, like, right away. Okay, so he's acting like he's acting like Pan-Africanism is something of value. Now, this Black Americans are missing out. We don't understand. We're dumb. And he outright started to attack the whole concept of lineage. So I'm gonna play him. So he's somebody. Of course, I reached out to him, give him a call in, whatever. We'll see.
Yes,
but all these folks are trying to start their channel off by disrespecting us. All of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, my channel is called FBA News and Updates. It ain't called, let's talk about tethers. Like even right now, like we are playing a video about folks talking about us.
Oh yeah, you're gonna see that going on. Everyone is pulling somebody's video and it's like such a mess. But I think.
But wait, before you say that, that's the way the algorithm works. Okay.
Yeah.
The way the algorithm works, if you let people control you, talk about you, and say, hey, FBA delineation is stupid, and guess what? When somebody new looks up FBA delineation, they're gonna find the algorithm gonna have those videos there only. Or somebody say, hey, Tariq Nasheed's is a race hustler, something like that. And if you don't defend him or another FBA person, it could be Bill Scott or whoever, right? Black Authority, it could be you. If we don't defend you with videos, and when people look your name up, they're gonna only see the hateful videos.
Yeah.
That's why I put
That's why we have to
three
start
names
looking out for each
in
other.
a lot of videos. Exactly.
Right.
You gotta add to the algorithms because folks start to believe the bullshit. Oh, they're attacking Africans. No. So now I got a reaction to their videos. So now when they type in FBA or diaspora wars, they're gonna see our videos plus their videos. They're gonna get a fair share. It won't just be their videos control the narrative. That's why it's important to put, for us to counter and put FBA, ADOS, Pan-Africanism, because they try to act like that's some kumbaya religion. And it's important for us to put it in our titles and say, no, it's bullshit. You know, because when they look it up, they get both viewpoints. Very, very important.
No, and that's true. And you do kind of need
algorithm.
it. It's just that I think what kind of upset me about the whole thing is like nobody was even like bothering with you. Like, so why did it feel like it brought a beast up out of you to start saying what you want to say? And a lot of them now, because they think they can talk like us, act like us, walk like us, and dress like us, and whatever all that other stuff is, they're coming out speaking like, I don't know, like they're the it factor. But and it's just so wrong. And I'm like, wow, it just shows you how like jealous you must have been of us all this time, or how you must have been. I call it undercover hating. Like you're here in our face, but you're undercoverly, like hating us for something we don't have nothing to do with. If anything, we shouldn't even be talking to any of you guys over there because you sold us over here, whatever. But
See, and that's the thing. That's what I keep saying. Listen. When a plantation slave person sold us, when they sold us, did they care to track where we went, and did they later on try to reunite themselves? Listen, I know you used to be a part of the Williams plantation. I sold you to the Jenkins plantation, but I think we need to do a family reunion, man. You need to come back to the family. Does that ever happen? Like, and also, let's say if a heroin addict mother sells her baby, does she go back looking for the baby? You know what? I want a refund. So my thing is, when they sold us from Africa, the African in us stayed there.
Right. So we became
they
people.
They declothed. When they sold us, they declothed us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They de-garmented us. They de-Africanized us when they sold us.
Right.
Because we were no longer in the continent. It ain't like they sold us from east to north or north to west. They sold us out of the continent completely to the Western world.
Right. No.
And now we get it lit, and we become the face of Black excellence. Now all of a sudden, hey, again, I make the analogy of that rich relative. You ignored your whole life until he made it to the NBA, or you was a famous scientist. Now all of a sudden, hey, cousin Benny, you remember me? Like, no, I don't, bro. Don't remember you. And that's how we acting right now. No, I don't remember you. Remember me, cousin Nigeria? No, I don't remember you, bro. Stay in Nigeria.
Right. And then it's a lot of other things that's going on with this too, because with people coming in and being able to check off boxes and cosplay as us, as they say, they're getting into colleges that's supposed to be, sectioned off for like the Black Americans. And then like the HBCUs, Harvard has it. There's a thing on Harvard that they were talking about how they were taking in Black immigrants because they still look Black, like the Black people, but they weren't Black Americans. And I was like, this is some messed up shit. But it's
and they got called out for that because remember, at one point, segregation, like they were discriminating from like so many Black Black Americans enrolling in Harvard. So now when we're supposed to be in an era that's post-discrimination, post-segregation, they're like, nah, look, you're here, and
it's
they'll
not
use the word
us.
black, and then we'll fall asleep. Okay, all right, okay, cool. We have a black representation in Harvard. Okay, and we fall asleep, and then people start to wake up around 2001, and around the early 2000s, like, oh yeah, they black, but what kind of black are they? So I keep trying to tell people, like around the early 2000s,
pulling the black card.
Black America was already delineating.
Yeah, exactly. It was happening slowly. That's what it was. It wasn't being spoken about, because I kept asking, like, you know, like, where are the Black Americans? I feel like I'm not seeing anybody out here, like, you know, unless they're like in the project somewhere. And I'm like, really? Is like that the only place like our people can be? But when you look at it, it's like it kind of is. Why? Because they're taking everything from us. You letting all the freaking America is getting heavily immigrated. And you're not seeing that the people here are getting washed out. So do you see the stuff that's going on with Hurricane Katrina and what really happened down in what was that, New Orleans? The Black Americans there and stuff like that, and how they were saying like the army people were like basically like against them, and they were giving them like curfews, and they weren't even really there to help them. Remember, we didn't have social media the way that we kind of have it right now when Hurricane Katrina happened. So now people are coming up and they're really telling the stories of stuff that they were dealing with. And it's like, this is really messed up. And then people still keep, and sometimes it disgusts me that even our own Black people will look down on their own and say, well, you know, they're just lazy. They need to get up and work. And they say all these tropey things, just like everybody else is saying. And it's like, when you keep having the rug pulled underneath you over and over and over, how much harder do you need to work? Do you need to work harder? Or should we be building our communities together and coming together to understand what the hell is going on? Because we're getting spread thin out. And there's other people coming in that look like us and stuff like that. And we're getting spread very thinly. We have to get it fixed, you know? And, you know, we got to get it fixed. That's all I'm saying. We have to stop looking down on each other too, because some people don't have a choice. Because listen, you could be, you know, have it like that and have a good house and have all of that stuff, right? But what happens when now you can't pay your taxes on your house because you know the taxes on houses went up like crazy, right? And here you are, the Black person that went to school, you went to a good school, you have a good career, you did stuff for your kids, blah, 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 you did all of it, right? But now everything is kind of getting snatched out from underneath you and you don't know what's going on. And now you're going down to the bottom. Well, how do you think some of these people in the projects had gotten there too? They've done a lot of stuff to the Black race, the Black Americans out here, and it was done with a lot of purpose to it. But if we don't start to see these things and start to put things back into our neighborhoods, like I remember, you know, when I was growing up in a Black neighborhood out in Brooklyn, and we used to have the penny store. It was like the 1 cent candy store and stuff like that. That was a Black person in there that I was going into buying my, you know, my little stuff from and stuff like that. But there's no Black owned businesses out here. And if they are, they're other people's businesses, like the foreign people's businesses. It's not our Black Americans, especially not out here in New York City. I don't see it, but we just got to start having different conversations. And to me, honestly, I don't even think we need to be arguing with a lot of these people no more. They're either going to get it or they don't get
we
it.
do.
And
No, but it ain't for them though. It ain't for them. I just said it's for the algorithm.
Oh no, not you. Okay. I'm not speaking about you. I'm just saying in general.
I'm saying we need to, like, we need to defend our lineage.
I know that. We do need to like let them know. That's what I'm saying. But at the same token too, not
let them know. Let the world know. Like, hey, this bullshit narrative that they're trying to spin. No, this is it right here, and we reestablish. That's why she trademarked the FBA to protect it from such
getting
bullshit feedback and changing the narrative. She trademarking it. He was able to put a definition. In trademarking it, he was able to put a definition on it, a purpose, a use, and also to spell out the acronym. Because you got a whole bunch of FBA's patents. I mean, trademark. That can mean anything. That can mean Frank's beer and
yeah, because
apples,
they were
you know?
saying that it was fear of being African. I say, wow, good one. Terrible. But
Yeah,
but anyway,
whatever you
no,
want to call it.
when I just say like the argument, I mean like I just mean like not to consistently only be that, because the only reason why I'm saying that is because we got enough content and yeah, we could still be putting out stuff because we could still have conversations with people. But what I mean is that now we need to start figuring out what we need to do to rebuild these things. What do we need to do?
No, but that could be your job. See, that's the thing. That's what I was trying to explain to George Macon.
Mm-hmm.
See, because people don't
I
have.
know what you mean. Mm-hmm.
All right, so let me just say this. So people everybody got a different calling in life.
Right.
And even in the lineage, even upholding the lineage, everybody got a different calling. Everybody ain't gonna be marching and running for Congress and mayor. Everybody got a different calling. So I'm not gonna make your calling my calling.
No.
If I got a podcast, if I'm debating and debunking and getting high blood pressure, I ain't gonna say, oh, I need to debate. No, and I don't like when people say all of us need to be on the ground, feeding homeless people. Nah, you do what's on your heart. So if we want to debate, we're going to debate. If you don't want to debate, you don't debate. You do what you think need to be done. That's all.
No, that's true. No, and when I talk, it's just like to generalize it, not just only to you or anyone else, but it's just like those are the kind of conversations like that we do have to have start happening as well. To what can we do to like build up certain things that we need in our communities? What do we need for our like kids and stuff like that as well? Because they're going to be the future. So for us trying to get through what we're getting through right now, that's because we got to get ready to pass these things, or we should be letting our kids be in tune with what's going on as well, so they have an understanding of it. So I speak to my kids on certain stuff, and I let them know. So that way they're aware of what's going on around them too. So that's all I'm saying. It's just there's so much more that's coming up, and everything does play a part in all of it. So, but it was good speaking to you, and I'm just glad that you guys are doing what you do, because we need all of this. We need it. Whether people want to get upset over stuff, it's you have to have the conversations, because that's what's going to give everything that we're doing more context and understanding of who we're trying to define ourselves to be.
Okay.
All right. Well, you have a good one.
All right. Thank you very much. Yeah. I'm about
blessings
to
to your
play
show.
this tether right here.
Yeah.
All right, sis. Thank you. Call in next time, and you had perfect timing, because the show was getting a little sloppy. People, it's getting a little belligerent. And like I said, man, I'm open to talk to family, but if y'all come here hostile and, I'm going to meet your energy. I ain't going to be, oh, brother, relax. I'm going to be hostile and belligerent just as you are. And, just come with the right intention. No, you're not when you call in, you're not a co-host, man. Just like you ain't a co-host if you call in the Breakfast Club. You're not a co-host when you call in Tariq Nasheed. You're not a co-host either. Dig, like you are given the opportunity to share the platform with everybody else to get off information. Nobody's ducking or running, but dude, just the rules of being a guest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, sis. So let me play this video of this new tether trying to make a name of himself, disrespecting us. All right.
All right. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.
Let's be dismantling this nonsense.
People are arguing back and forth with me about culture and languages and stuff that, like, if you're from a capitalist society, like, nobody cares about that stuff. Like, that's the reason why I feel like a lot of Black Americans feel like Pan-Africanism does not benefit Black Americans, because all of the talking points are always about what we can do for Africa, how we can build up Africa and help Africa, how we can send reparations over to Africa. And it's like, well, what do we get out of that? In exchange for that, you're offering us a connection to our roots, a connection to our heritage, our lineage, nothing that can help us, nothing that can help build us up as a people that can actually benefit us, our descendants. Like, I'm sorry, but money in exchange for culture, it's not equal. Like, I'm sorry, you don't have to come with something a lot better than that. If we're actually going to work together in a Pan-Africanist type of way, you got to offer more than languages and culture, because there's just not enough value there.
So it's so frustrating to keep on hearing this anti-Pan-Africanism, these talking points that ultimately serves white supremacy. It's
Oh
just so
boy.
sad, especially
Wait,
when the
wait,
logic in
wait.
itself is so flawed
Well, hold on,
and it's
sir. I gotta
divisive.
cut you off. See, even he gotta be quiet. You see? So you call in, everybody gotta stop. Then listen, and let me go in. All right. Every time you call them out and expose them, I'm talking about tethers, they always bring up white supremacy or white people as a deflection. Oh, see, now they'll say that, but they can never quote white supremacy talking points and then mirror it to ours like we can do them. Now, we can mirror their talking points. They say we're lazy. Okay? They say, a whole bunch of stuff. We're lazy. We don't work hard. We don't take advantage of opportunities. They'll say there's no excuse to be a failure in America. That's exactly what white supremacists say. So I give you a case in point how they use exact talking points that white supremacists use, like Richard Spencer and Jared Taylor. That's what they say. But they can't tell you talking points of white supremacists that we actually borrow verbatim, word for word, as I just gave a great example. They can't do that. They just say it. And I'm a tether and I say so, basically.
Xenophobic and a separatist that divides and further weakens us, which serves the whole divide and conquer mentality.
When were we ever strong
without
together?
getting too much into it, let me just introduce myself. My name is Okeko, and this is African Vanguard. I am a Nigerian American.
African Vanguard.
I was born in Nigeria. I came
Oh,
to the
shit.
States when I was 10 years old, and I've been in the
Official
States
tether.
for so long. Now more than ever, my eyes are so wide open to the dangers of white supremacy all over
Oh,
the place.
shit.
And the only solution,
Look, white supremacy
genuinely,
is the
honestly,
problem.
is Africa.
Our hope is in a strong Africa. And when Africa is strong, our position in America.
Listen, I ain't about to play no
in this video,
goddamn.
we're going
about culture.
I ain't about to play no Malcolm X out of context.
on Black. I don't understand. Africanism provides for Black
Hold on.
Americans, especially
wait,
economic.
right here.
Young lady said here, it's so flawed on many levels, and it's ultimately just kind of like short-sighted.
Now,
So
you about to say
without
some
getting
crazy
too
shit,
much
family,
into
in a
it, let's
second.
just jump into it. So she says,
Like, if you're from a capitalist society, like, nobody cares about that stuff.
it therefore means that Pan-Africanism is devoid of any real value. If it doesn't have any monetary value to being a Pan-Africanist, therefore it's useless to be a Pan-Africanist. That's her point number one. So then, therefore, Pan-Africanism is one-ended. It only benefits Africans in Africa or African immigrants.
All of the talking points are always about what we can do for Africa, how we can build up Africa and help Africa.
It does not help in any way, shape, or form any Black Americans.
Nah, it doesn't. There's no benefit for us.
So that's kind of the leading of her arguments. And then, therefore, there is nothing that can help build up Black Americans. That's the entire premise, from premise to conclusion of her arguments. And the reason why it's short-sighted is because I can identify three tangible values that Pan-Africanism brings towards Black Americans.
Oh, shit.
Number one, and the most important to her point, well, because the United States is a capitalistic society, which of course, if you don't understand, Africa is also a capitalistic society as well. Okay.
Yeah, very tribal too.
First, number one, and to her point, there's the benefit of Pan-Africanism from my, not research, not like, from Pan-Africanists themselves, from what I can tangibly observe from if you allow the Pan-African playbook to play out, is that Pan-Africanism provides for Black Americans, especially, economic leverage. That's point number one. And what I mean by economic leverage is because there's so many things broken in Africa, right? There is a real opportunity premium to solve known problems.
So we're going to fix Africa, basically.
You being a Black American, you know that there is a lot.
Okay, see, again, but who benefits, though? We go build Africa up. Now that shit is the second to the United States. Who benefits from that, man? It's still your land, bro. Like, dude, stop. That's not gonna work. We're not building your stuff up. You build it up. Stay over there. You over here in the United States telling us to go to Africa and build it up. You go build it up. You go back and build it up.
Lack of water, steady water supply in Africa, clean water that can be drinkable. There is lack of electricity. There is food scarcity, not because there's no.
That's crazy. He's literally saying, go and be the labor force. Yeah. Yo, we see what y'all did with America. Can you do that for us? Like, this is crazy.
Food in Africa, but because they still operate as if it's like 1800s, 19s,
we know that.
50s, where they use a lot of manual labor and there's lack of refrigeration. So because of all these problems that are either the transportation, agricultural, electrical, these are all issues that the whole West, the well-developed nations have solutions to that we all experience and see here in the United States. I'm in the United States, of course. There are known solutions to each of these. And at the same time, people within Africa, they lack access to loans, credits, to be able to buy heavy equipment and technology to speed up production.
Okay, but let me help you out. So that's what you guys got to do. When you come over here, you get the skills that we have. Okay? Engineering, technology, all that type of stuff. You take your ass over there and build it up. You do it. Don't tell us that we should do it. You do it. You're over here. You're learning what we're learning. You take your skills over there and build it up.
Or even process a lot of raw materials available within Africa. And because of the lack of efficient work process and systems within Africa, therefore means that everything is so expensive and so things are so rare and it's chaotic and everyone's kind of living on a struggling, constant survival mindset. So the economic leverage becomes, well, if you and a Black American in the United States, you recognize the opportunity that all the systems from the research papers to the technology to credit access to be able to buy equipment and invest in Africa, if you are the one who can use your leverage of your education is a big one in the United States. If you can use your education, and not even like super smart college education, just knowing, hey, you guys are doing things that are very inefficient. I am aware of the inefficiencies that you have over in Africa. Or even like just do a cross trade. If you can import, export from Africa, you can get things for cheap, come back here, work on it, process it, sell it to people, you can make a lot of money. The point is, you have so much.
Well, show us. I mean, like, he acting like that he has a business that's thriving because he's doing just that. He's painting this Wakanda picture, this Marcus Garvey picture, this Umar picture. Yo, look at all the great opportunities you can do. But he's over here in America making America greater. He's over here helping America become greater. But he's telling us that we should trade places, basically. We should go over there. While he's helping to make America greater, we should swap and go make Africa greater. Like, dude, we're not falling for the bait and switch, bro. Stop it.
Opportunity and leverage available within the United States that you can exploit in Africa and make yourself a ton of money. And you might be saying, well, why am I going to go invest in Africa? If for nothing else, for the financial aspect of it, recognize that China is doing this, Russia is doing this, United States is doing this. All other Western nations are actively extracting resources using their economic leverage within these states, within their countries, exploiting Africa, extracting resources, and doing basically retail arbitrage to make a ton of money. So the benefits of Pan-Africanism is your economic leverage to be able to say, hey, I am a Black American, I see a connection with Africa, let me have a dual benefit where you use your economic leverage, sell resources, process items, build factories, which will ultimately serve to make you a lot of money. If you're just individualistic and just say, hey, you're in it for you.
Maxwell Jenkins said, don't those people walk hard? Why is he on the video babbling and begging for us to do the work? I told you, Pan-Africanist. I did a video yesterday. What did I say? How I titled the video? I said, is Pan-Africanism really panhandlingism? This dude is panhandling. for our labor.
You can make a lot of money because you're solving problems that are very basic and well known. You just have to be willing to invest a little bit of.
Let me read some chats here. Okay. Crystal says, not our problem. Exactly. Ray said, my kids go to private academics, but still don't want them taking resources from my people. I'm waiting to hear the benefit, how it benefits Black Americans. Crystal says, and work for 1/4 of what we would demand. Take any insult and misuse. Well, hell no. At work, we're going to demand equal pay. You need to stop begging. They smile too much when white folks come into the room. Exactly. Ricardo says, Filipino tried to smack that alt-right 4chan shit to me one day, and I told him I'm not surprised when white supremacists, white WFS? Yeah, white supremacists arrived in the Philippines. All of y'all bent over the second y'all saw the feathers. Yeah, this is embarrassing. The white boy stood up for me and got fired for, he told me not to worry, he will get a job across the street. God damn, you two. That dude said, don't worry about me, bro. I'm getting another job. You, different thing. Immigration doesn't benefit American Aboriginals top color. How somebody tell them they can't stay in the mud for all I, they can stay in the mud for all I care. The Creole people of Sierra Leone has the Sierra Leone government in court to get their property back. Really, Craig? Pinky, if you're the one that wants to go to the African continent and let them feed on you, right? Gary did the dude when management came to him to say some BS about me and his blonde hair, blue eyes would not do it. They fired him to say. Saying that, yo, this dude is nuts. Yeah, exactly, Crystal. Scam Africanism. And he's dead serious. Like, he really, but see, these guys think of this shit by themselves, and they really believe this like the truth. Like, it goes untested. This is what Garvey did, Umar did with the school thing. They don't run it past a think tank, a black think tank of individuals. They come up with an idea that may be good. It just needs to be refined. Everything can't go. Everything can't go. Some things got to be left behind. Okay? And this is one of them. This idea, it goes unchecked. I could just say simply, oh boy, how about no? I want to invest my money in stocks and bonds and crypto and things like that. No, I don't want to. It works for me if the market goes that way. And I don't want to physically help you guys get toilets. Like, that's what you got to do. Nah, like he didn't really think this out with an FBA person, clearly.
Of time and investment to be able to build that, you would make yourself so much money, because oftentimes there's too little competitions to stop you, essentially. So that is the most important.
You just said China, America, and Russia was involved. Now, if you got countries behind this gold rush in Africa, the way he's pitching it, how the hell we gonna compete? You just contradicted yourself, man. And if it's so profitable, where is your bank statements?
One benefit that you get, that's number one, and probably the most, because that's to her point. That is you basically get nothing. But I'm telling you, there is economic leverage existing. And number two is political power, because the problem with the United States for Black people is we get pushed around. We get systemic racism all the time.
No, you're not Black. You're not Black. You just said you're Nigerian, bro. Again, we taking Black back. You're not Black, you're Nigerian. So it's not we, it's us. You had it right the first time.
Power. Because the economic leverage existing. And number two is political power. Because the problem with the United States for Black people.
Yeah, right. For Black people. You see, he knew that's an exclusive term. For Black people. What else?
Is we get pushed.
See, when he said Black people, he automatically used the plural pronoun. He said you, speaking of us, and then he tried to insert himself in there. Okay? So they know, like they'll cosplay and act a fool online. But they know when they say black amongst themselves, they're talking about us exclusively.
Pushed around. We get systemic racism all the time. The only way you
No, you don't. When they see your name, my boy, you're not facing the same discrimination as us. Stop it. When they see that long ass African name, bro, you're not getting the same denial rates as us. Stop it.
you get more power is either you have a ton of money or you can allow pull together your voting.
Well, look, he's scamming. Do you think he's Haitian or Nigerian? Like, he's clearly trying to create a scam. All right. Yeah, he's Nigerian.
Block your community to help you solve problems, just like the civil rights era occurred. It only occurred because of community. There's two things for main power. There's money or there's community. Sorry, no, I don't mean to flip anybody off. I'm sorry, but there's money or there is the other part is economic community. Well, the truth be told, Black people within America often lack that economic strength. And I already mentioned we can solve that economic strength issue by investing in Africa because there's lots of opportunities there and you already have the leverage. So that's number one. And then number two aspect of it, by community, by bonding with Africa, by continuing to have that partnership, just like Martin Luther King did, just like Malcolm X did, and scores of other leaders. By doing just that, we're able to now help lift up Africa. Not just lift up Africa. I apologize. We don't really care about Africa, right? But it can help lift up Black America because of that unity, that community. It brings awareness. It spreads the message of what needs to be solved for, calls for action, and that action.
Hey, these folks are outdated. Like, they're here trying to save Pan-Africanism, and we're not surprised he's Nigerian. They're coming over here, like they're getting visas just to save Pan-Africanism. They're not getting work visas, school visas, asylum seeker status, and refugee status. They're coming over here they're getting a visa that's called Save Pan-Africanism. They're getting a Save Pan-Africanism visa. They flying over here to save Dude, he's so out of touch with the dates. Dude, it's August 2025, dude. This shit is done. You're supposed to do this way back in 99, 2000, at the latest 2000. Dude, you're done. Dude, you're speaking to deaf ears, man. You're speaking to tethered ears only. FBAs are not listening to this bullshit.
Ultimately benefits and increases the political power of Black Americans. Again, you've seen how this is two-sided. It's a two-sided benefit. But we're just talking about Black Americans because the constant negativity, the narrative of Pan-Africanism is nonsense. It is not true. And the last benefit, and probably I think the most important, but to your point, you're arguing that the only thing that really matters is economic benefit. But the last one, and probably the most important, is it helps identity discussions. What I am seeing as I go on to social media is a lot of self-hate that Black people, because of lived experiences that we all have, and both inherited experiences that we can see in history books, we can see what has happened in the past of lynching.
Okay, now look, he's saying it. Y'all Foundation Black Americans, you guys are just burdened with self-hatred, man. Look, just go ahead and say it, bro.
Segregation, even slavery itself, just constant disrespect, intentional disrespect and hatred. Because of all that, it makes sense that some people genuinely look at their skin color and are disgusted by their skin color, or they don't like how their hair looks and try to actively change it. Some people try to actively bleach their skin to appear lighter. There's even colorism. There is so much self-hate within the community. And action or education brought on by...
I told you. He said it. There is so much self-hatred in our communities. He just said it. He's saying, we're only saying what we're saying. We're only delineating. We're only asking for reparations exclusively for us. We're only self-identifying. We're only demanding respect from the world because we are suffering from self-hatred. He just said it.
By colonialism. So by reconnecting and embracing Pan-Africanism, it helps with self-healing. It helps with solving and
so embracing Pan-Africanism, it heals us from self-hatred.
Healing internalized racism. So it's really disparaging, it's really hurtful, and it's ultimately sad and short-sighted to continue to espouse these sort of, Pan-African.
Right. Link up with the folks with the bleaching epidemic, right? But we're the self-hatred, and their wigs be terrible. Face be light-skinned like Mariah Carey, arms like Bernie Mac.
Is non-useful, it's stupid, it's idiotic, and ultimately divides and further it tries to build a wedge between Black Americans and Africa and immigrants in total. So
oh my God. Give Last said they're not even leveraging something that we can benefit off them. Exactly. Oh my God. Borrowed time was never a lie. It was just a damn ghost. Right. I work with Africans. They are lazy, hiding in the bathroom. Oh my God.
It really ultimately needs to stop. And all that really needs to kind of happen is to ask yourselves, if we have this separation between Pan-Africanism and individuals who are very isolationist and to a point xenophobic against African immigrants, who does that ultimately serve? If you
we're serving, look, family, we're serving the white man who is the devil. I told you guys, I tell you always, Pan-Africanism is a religion. Africa is heaven, and the ancestors of Africa are God, the gods. Africans and African Caribbeans are holy saints. And the foundation of Black Americans are the dumb, lost sheep. And they got to come to America to teach us how to get back with Africa, aka God, because the white man is bamboozling us. He just said it. We're serving the devil.
Really stop to and individuals who are very isolationist and to a point xenophobic against African immigrants, who does that ultimately serve? If you really stop to answer that question and examine it, who does it serve when Africans are divided and segregated and are not planning to build?
He just called us Africans.
A long-term Africa, just like leaders of the African community have in the past identified as the premier solution to help lift up all Black people, regardless of what continent you happen to be in.
The Garvey sermon.
So it only helps white supremacists.
Told you. So basically, why are we doing what we're doing? That only serves white supremacists. We're serving our God, which is the devil. I told you. Africans and African Caribbeans are holy saints. And they got to come save us because we're serving the devil. Okay? And they're going to turn us back to Africa, aka God.
Clear and simple. It only helps white supremacists. So this anti-Africanism needs to stop. It is so toxic, it's divisive, and it does not serve any core mission. So even to her point, Pan-Africanism does not help us because we live in a capitalistic state that it offers nothing tangible to Black Americans. I would pose to you, what is your solution then? Is your solution, well, let's just stay in a little small community and
you see, he's stepping into a field of area and don't even know why we're doing this. You know what I mean? He don't even care to know why we're doing this. What is the end goal? Like, we got to answer to this tether. So where do you go from here? And by December 31st, what is your New Year resolution with this whole delineation thing? You tell me. I need to know.
Ourselves and just invest. you're only isolating yourself in a little small little corner while you're surrounded by a lot of white supremacy. What you need is a larger community. And more importantly, allies. Don't even consider African Pan-Africanists as Pan-Africanists. Consider them allies. Consider them allies to obtain your long-term objective. And what I can only assume is your long-term objective is the embedment.
No. Y'all ops. We already know that. We about to lie to ourselves and act like all of a sudden, you guys are friends and allies. Stop it.
Of status and wealth and safety of Black Americans. That's what I'm assuming is your long-term goal. And as a result, the only way to do that is by having partnership and allies. And you can't have that by saying that Pan-Africanism does not help you, because I've already identified 3 core, very important reasons how Pan-Africanism helps Black Americans. And ultimately, it's a mutual benefit. So thank you for watching. My name is Okeko, and this is the African Vanguard. This conversation between FBA, Foundation of Black Americans, and ADOS, African American ancestries, and all that stuff, it ultimately is useless and it's divisive, and there's no real plan other than just
there's no real plan. So we're just a bunch of 43 million idiots, and we need this tether to guide us. We need this holy saint tether to guide us and save us from the white man, because we're serving the devil.
Isolation and regurgitation of white supremacists. I would not be shocked.
Okay, how does delineate? We said we're delineating and self-identifying. He said that's regurgitating white supremacist point. Now, I already wrote this guy under a different name. I already wrote this guy. I wrote him under a different name so he can't look me up and see what I'm about. So I wrote him under a name where it doesn't tie to FBA and like my videos. All right, so let me see if he responded. He did not respond. He didn't respond.
If 10 years from now, 15 years from now, we come to find out that the talking points being repeated by these ADOS and FBA is the result of either CIA or some form of government propaganda purposely.
Now, this guy said, we are CIA informants.
Meant to further weaken the Black community.
So he might just say Russian bots. Dude, we are Russian bots.
Just like in the past, the drug wars was a plant by the government to supplant and further weaken.
So family, he just compared the drug wars that was literally planted by this American government and their law enforcement agencies. He compared that to FBA's ADOS delineating.
Africans, that's what it is. And we have to be very suspicious and very cautious of any Black person, any African who is out here trying to cause a wedge when we should all be uniting.
Okay, there you go. So now I'm gonna end this live, and I'm gonna do a part 2. Okay. Because I'm gonna do a part 2. He got 2. Now he got another video that's like directly addressing FBA. Hold on 1 second. I want to write him now under my account, FBA News Updates. I want to invite him on. Hold on. All right. I want to write him another because he's ignoring. All right. So now. delineating devices. But often times you guys have platforms, but don't use them to you don't use them to you don't use them to engage with us directly. That's disingenuous. This if you truly speak from the heart, then consider my invitation. Thanks. Peace. Okay, all right, here we go. All right, so I wrote them again, but this time under found the FBA News and Updates, all right? So his next video is going to be, hold on. All right, let me look at my playlist. 1 second, family. Yes, when I go live again today, he's going to be the featured guest. And I'm gonna play some more. And I'm gonna play some more of Dr. Mayat and that crew disrespecting us. All right, so okay, so he has a video where he's gonna get on the dark side of FBA. So yeah, so and also Tariq Nasheed he just did a premiere discussing Pan-Africanism. So that's dope. So that's a perfect time. So when I play his bullshit on Pan-Africanism, I can play the premiere of Tariq that just happened just now that I missed and you guys probably missed too. So I can play that over. Who knows? He's probably debating revenue. You dig? But yeah, so we'll do that. It'll be a great live, great segue. And yeah. All right, family. As always, listen, and don't get in your feelings when y'all call in. When you call in and you have a thought and it was really challenged by me or somebody else on the podcast, like, oh, I'm unsubscribing, I'm blocking. I mean, dude, we're not a monolith and we're not yes men and yes women. Like, you don't have to agree with me because some folks still said F the DNA test. I didn't address them. I'm like, yo, that's your right. But it's my job to give you the information, like the good, the bad, and the ugly of the DNA test. And I don't see anything wrong with them. They are good for what their intended use is. Okay, what their intended use is, they're great for that. They're not going to find your king, okay, your king from the Mali tribe. They're not going to find your great grand uncle Mansa Musa, okay? Not what it's for. It's really just to point you to a general location where most likely your ancestors came from in Africa, and it's more accurate if you have European ancestors. So ain't that ironic, family? They say we're African, and they say take a DNA test, but it looks like the DNA test is more accurate when it comes to our European ancestry. So if anybody got sick with science, it look like Europe got their hand up. You dig? All right, family. We will be back, and maybe I could find a video of somebody breaking down the DNA test, like their limitations and their advantages, and what to truly expect from them. Because a lot of times it's our expectations of the test that's causing us to reject the test. You have to know what their intended use is for. before you go ahead and take a test. But I say people, you should go out there and take a test. Like you don't have to agree with it, but I think it's just interesting. I think you take a test, come over here because we only had 4 volunteers. So I asked a simple question: if you took your DNA test, uh, DNA, whatever, American, African heritage, whatever, 23andMe, all I asked you guys to do was look at your percentages. The first percentage is usually the highest. I said, tell me your highest percentage and tell me the country that's linked to it. Okay. So Spirit Within, she said 27% Mali. Seven Up said 24% Nigerian. Four Lang said 24% Bantu. Nia said 19% Nigerian. Okay. So we really need, well, I really need more volunteers to, if you took your DNA test, I need more volunteers to tell me the highest percentage and the country or region associated with that percentage. Is there any volunteers right now that can do it before I log off? Is there any volunteers? So peace and hair grease down with cockroaches, 40% Yoruba and Nigeria. Is that your real largest percentage? Amin Ra, Mukix. Is that your real percentage? If I'll write it down. Doing a study. A study. Let me know if that's the real percentage. Because that's the highest I've ever seen. But that's cool though. Because that's giving me more balance. All right, cool. I ain't gonna be there. I'm over here. So let me know if that's the real percentage. And I'm gonna have you down. That's 40% Yoruba, Nigerian. Okay. Do we have any other volunteers? Okay, I respect that. Muck Muck said, "No, I'm straight. I'm not giving up my genetic material." I can respect that. Why me with the highest? I'm doing a personal study. I mean, like you're gonna know eventually because I'm gonna reveal my results. But I'm doing a little study. I just want the highest. I don't care about the lowest and the mid, just the highest. I want to know the highest percentage. And well, first of all, I don't want to be all in your business. That's one. And two, it's not necessary. I just want to know the highest and the country that's associated with it. That's all. It's pure voluntarily. I'm not asking for a swab. I'm not asking, for your DNA in any way possible. I'm just asking if you already took the test, what is the highest percentage and what country is associated with it? They're using DNA for criminal databases. You're gonna get your cousin effed up. Man, my cousins, listen, bro, I don't know where y'all from, but listen, I ain't no damn criminal. I don't plan on being a felon. And my cousin messed up somewhere, he need to take his ass to jail and handle that. All right? I ain't one of those dudes, man. Like we're not criminals. All right. If some of y'all criminals, then have fun. But I represent FBA excellence, you dig? And criminality ain't something I'm caping for. Y'all can own that one. I'm not scared. I'm not scared to know because I know the 3 admixtures. Okay. Brother, it's voluntary. You don't, yeah, you'll know later. Because the reason I want to let it be known now because I don't want people lying. Because I'm just trusting y'all by y'all word. I'm not asking for a receipt. I'm not asking to look at it myself. I'm just trusting what you guys say. That's all. I'm taking it face value. But I don't want you to let you know what I'm doing because then some people might lie. They might go higher or lower and mess up everything. Now I got a bullshit result, a bullshit study. but it's something I can't even say that much. Because again, I don't want people lying. Just to, dictate the outcome. DNA is how they got caught. The FBA serial killer in California. Yes. Go with that DNA, see how you. Yeah. I like if y'all commit crimes, yeah, don't do it. If you plan on being, if you're already a current criminal, or you plan on being a criminal sometime in the near future, yeah, you might not want to take a test. Okay. All right. Nobody. Okay. All right. Well, we'll try again next live. Let's see who else. I want about 100 people. I want about 100 people, and then I think that'll be enough to make a conclusion on 100 different 100 different DNA results. Oh shit, Ricardo, y'all make up so many excuses. All right, I'm out. Family, peace. Enjoy your day, man. And until a little later, we are. Yeah, I never said I'm not. Again, you could not take the test serious at all. That's your thing. I'm just wanting to know the highest percentage result and the country associated with it. That's all. Because like I said, I know people who took it and don't respect it at all. They took it and they laughed at it for their own reasons. Anyway, peace and prosperity give, Last says. And I'm gonna come back a little later. Okay, if it's nighttime if I have to, but I gotta finish up on this tether and then we'll play the premiere Tariq Nasheed did today with Pan-Africanism. We out, family. Peace. And stop getting y'all emotional, y'all call in. Just be professional. I mean, it's okay to be professional. And let